Okay, councillors, please, can I have your attention? Welcome to the meeting, first meeting for 2025. I will now ask for Councillor Cranwell to do the Karakia.
Tokenda raki e tu whakatika te tora nui o pai korua tipua, korua tawhito. Tokone tāne ko toko mauka, raki hiki tia raki hāpai ka e tu, ko te raki e tu nei, me te papu e takoto nei. Tu mau mai te rā e tu nei, tama I waho tamo katahi. Te pūtake tama e te tā more more nui, te pūtake tama e te raki tu, ha iki ki te raki e tu nei. Whiti whiti nuku, whiti whiti raki, whiti whiti papa, whiti whiti tau. Tu te mahoro nui, tu te mahoro, tu te mahoro nui e tu nei. Tāwhia kia reho, kia tama, ki te ao marama, tuturu whiti whakamaua, kia tīna. Haumi e, hui e, tāia ki e. Ko tēnei te ruru, te koukou moi nei. Ki hai mā hititi, ki hai mā raka raka tūpoke nui o te ruru, te reko. He po, he ao ka watia. Ti hei wā Māori ora. Te me tuatai ki rukurawa, nōna te timataka, nōna te whakamutunga. Kaori noi anō hoki nāna tata katoa manā ki tiaki ka wā katoa. Ko huri au kia rātou, ko hea ki te pō, moi mai rā o ki mai. Kia rātou, ko takahia tara whānui o tāne, tēnei wiki, tēnei marama, tēnei tau. Moi mai rā o ki mai. I tēnei wā, ka mihi atu ki ngā kahuraki. I wehi atu ki te pō, tēnei tau, tare ana, iratana. E hoki te marama ia kōrua, I mahi ana, hikitia tahauora, te reo Māori, mō wai, mō ngā hāpore Māori, mo te iwi Māori, nā reire ia kōrua, kahuraki haere, ki au te moi mai rā o ki mai. Kaore mātou wariwaratia ia kōrua, ki au te moi. Rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou, no reira tēnā koutou, nau mai, hoki mai, ki tēnei huatuatai o tēnei komiti, mo tēnei tau, nei te mihi atu mo te tauhau Pākehā hoki, no reira huri noa, mauri ora ki te whare, tēnā koutou. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell, for that. I'd like to welcome everyone here to the meeting, our first Regional Delivery Committee meeting for 2025. I hope you all had a relaxing Christmas and New Year period and got all your goals set for 2025. I've informed that there is a quorum present and I'm pleased to declare the meeting closed. Open, sorry.
Karakia whakamutunga.
Sorry about that, team. Is there any apologies? Maybe I should make one. I note that Councillor Duce is online. Conflicts of interest. Public forums, deputations, petitions. We were to have Tim Chambers, but we haven't heard from him and we haven't decided him. Do you know anything, Councillor Southworth? No. Okay, okay, well then we'll move on. There's no extraordinary or urgent business and there's no notice of motions. So then we move on to the minutes of the previous meeting, the unconfirmed minutes. Is there any matters of accuracy relating to these minutes, which are in your page 9 to 35 of your agenda? Councillor Burns?
Yes, just a very simple editing one where I've left the meeting twice but haven't returned in between. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for noting that. Any other? Councillor Edge?
Yes, I was wondering if it could be noted to include the written reply to the Dardanelle for the table, or well, it's been tabled, but if it could be included in the next meeting that we have, so that public can see?
No, we'll do that. Thank you. It's been noted. And has everyone got a copy of that letter now? Councillor Robinson?
It is related, though it's not in here, just regarding the recording of that meeting and Dardanelle's deputation. It wasn't available online, and I think that's quite important to be part of it. Has that been rectified at all?
We'll check on that. I know there was some technical issues that day. Councillor Mackay?
I'll just note that staff have actually now put them together. So I've listened to this, so I'm pretty sure it's online as of 4 or 5 days ago anyway.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Burns?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just on your comment about a technical issue, it's happened a couple of times a week. We're covered by warranty and everything seems to be progressing well, does it?
Yeah, probably no comment. Any other questions? Okay, if not, could we have someone to move that we approve these minutes from the previous meeting? Thanks to Councillor Burns. Thanks, seconder, Councillor East. All those in favour, say aye. Anyone against? Okay, carried. We now move on to 8.1, response to notice of motion, private well testing events. And I'll ask Tim Davey, Director of Science, to come forward and introduce this report.
Kia ora, Chair, and thank you. I'll take the paper as read, just in pretty simple introductory comments that obviously this is in response to the notice of motion from last year, and staff have prepared a response as we've been asked, looking at the costs of undertaking some well testing events, and looking at that and really considering the intent or the outcomes that were sought about raising awareness. There are 3 options that have been proposed, and looking at that in response to the notice of motion. The 3 options being running the testing, as has been outlined, and I think it's in paragraph 16, there is the cost of those, as has been asked. And just noting that the cost obviously takes into account the full cost of staff time, which wasn't included in the $5,000 that was cited from the Selwyn event. So it does cost considerably more when you start taking that into account. The 3 options that are considered are around running the testing events, running an awareness campaign, and the third one being a small-scale or a pilot scheme, essentially, which is very much aimed at looking at the question of how our risk data that are prepared, which are based from the overall monitoring we do, compare to when we actually look at people's actual water quality data for the bores where they're sampling, so where their water is taken from. So it's a kind of comparison to look at this question of, okay, we've got an overall monitoring, we know where the high risk areas are. If we took a sample, what does it look like? How well does our sampling regime compare to actual data? That would be the purpose of the pilot scheme. So there are the 3 options, and staff have recommended, as you can see in the paper, options 2 and 3 rather than option 1. And I just, as a final thing, just point to the actual resolution that came through, and it recommends that staff provide a report to council on running region-wide events for private well owners to improve awareness, and that's one of the key things we've been thinking about, is how do we improve awareness, and then prioritising locations based on elevated nitrates or E. coli. So that's been our thinking in preparing response to the notice of motion. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tim. I'll take questions for clarification. Councillor Southworth.
In terms of... It's gone not... Oh, no, it's working. There we are. So, from what I just heard you say, your staff proposal is about not assessing or not providing a pilot study that's to support enabling people to, or in terms of the pilot study, not supporting reducing the risk that people have to exposing themselves to drinking water from private wells because they are unaware of needing to test or have underestimated the importance of them testing. It's rather about us understanding how well our data is defining what we've set out as three types of risk area. In that we've got a 2022 report where we've got green, yellow, and red. And the reason why I asked that question is because when I think about this in terms of my intent and purpose, it's around ensuring people who are at risk because they don't know or they haven't actioned their own testing, which they should do, but it's easy for everybody to think that it'll be okay or, I'll do that tomorrow. And so I've just tried to sort of outline what I think you were saying and where your intention's coming from versus what I was thinking. And the reason why, and then a question that I was going to ask before I'd heard you say that was, how are you going to define risk? Because I feel like it's more broad than purely being about what are the groundwater samples saying. There's an aspect of what's the population, where are the populations that are drinking from private wells that are perhaps in areas where there are some samples that come up high, but not everyone. And so there's less awareness in that part of a community than, say, in the red zones, where, from what Councillor Mackenzie said in our last meeting and in response to my notice of motion, people in Ashburton already know that the water's really high in nitrates, and so they don't need this stuff. They already know it. And so it's that, for me, it's a broader question around assessing where the pilot should be in the risk than purely trying to do some more certainty around where we've categorised red. So I know that's very long-winded, but I'd just like a bit more understanding where you're coming from.
Oh. Through you, Chair, if I answer that, and I understand what you're asking. What we were considering were two things in responding to the notice of motion. One was the raising awareness, and the second was what's our role in drinking water quality. And in thinking about that second one around what's our role, there's this whole question of it's not our role to go and test private drinking wells. So what we were thinking about was, how could we do something that is really useful, that sits within our role, which is around overall monitoring, and that we could use that as a way of gathering more data to help with our overall monitoring. Now, what I didn't say, and I apologise for that, is that we would be using those results as part of an awareness campaign. So it wouldn't just be, doing it and then just sort of sitting on the data and not telling anyone about it. It would very much be about that use in the awareness campaign. The second point you were making was around, how do we assess where we do it and against risk? And I think we haven't, taking on board what you said, I think what we know is that it wouldn't be particularly useful to do it in an area that we really know that there isn't much of a risk. Whether we do it in the very high risk, we haven't come to that assessment so necessarily in those red zones. And that's something that we would be thinking about, is what gives us the most meaningful data and information.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask for a retraction of the comment that Vicky Southworth just made. I never said that we know that all the wells in Ashburton are high in nitrates. What I've said is that there is a comprehensive testing, well testing program in Ashburton, which actually identifies what the state of nitrates and other contaminants are. And so what she said is a complete falsehood. And so if she is going to quote me, she could at least quote me accurately, please.
Apologies, pull it out. That was my memory of what you said. I can go back and watch the video again from last time. But that was my understanding. But sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Sucknall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask Dr. Davies what data holes might we have, particularly in the Selwyn zone? And when I put my independent chair of the Ground and Surface Water Expert Review Panel for CPW on, and I look at the data sets that we receive for the monitoring bores that flow across the Selwyn zone, and and my knowledge of the data that we pull in from all manner of entities to provide that information, do we genuinely have a hole somewhere where we do not know what is going on, or do we need to go in and look further? Because I'm just sort of looking at our last annual report of trends of data and nitrates and E. coli and chemistry and the like. And so I'm just wondering, do we have any holes in that data genuinely?
Through you, Chair, it's less a question of holes, but I understand what you mean, and more of, we know, for example, there are places where the vast majority of drinking water is taken from really shallow wells, and we might have, only a few wells that are shallow, but more that are deep. And then we're sort of, considering all of those factors, and when we're thinking about how we use our overall monitoring data. So I don't believe there are areas of holes as such, but there are areas where I think it would be useful to know where the majority of the drinking water is taken from, because that's what we don't know, is individual wells, where, what depth they're taking it from, and how that compares to our overall monitoring data. And that's more what we're thinking about.
Councillor East.
Thank you. Excuse me. I note in the recommendations 2.2 and 2.1 and 2.2 that these programs or proposals are to run within existing budgets. So my knowledge of budgets would suggest to me that if we are going to run these programs within existing budgets, something in the existing budget is going to fall by the wayside or be curtailed. So can you tell me what impact on our other programs that are budgeted for will this recommendations, what impact will these recommendations have on existing budgets?
Through you, Chair, yes, I can answer that. The funding for the in fact, I'm less aware of the public awareness campaign. I'll hand to Taff on that. But in terms of the pilot study, the funding for that would come, if approved, from the science investigations, as we refer to it, or our research projects. So we have a budget that where we run investigations around particular issues that are of relevance to inform plan making and other matters, and we would use some of that budget for this, as opposed to some of the other projects which we've been looking at. We do have some. Because of the changes in the plans that we're doing, that there is some money that perhaps we wouldn't have spent, but we will. It is budgeted for, but it would have been planned for supporting some of the plan making, and particularly the RPS, that has been delayed by a year. So there isn't a particular project that I can say that will be stopped. but it is part of a budget that is there for investigations when, key issues arise during the year, and we would use that.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Tim, in option 3, where you're talking about on page 42, where you're talking about commissioning the pilot study, you refer to a Greenpeace map and a risk map, and ECAN's already groundwater risk maps for nitrates. Is that because have you already identified that you're going to use John Sunkel's question, Selwyn District as the risk area, or where are the risk areas across Canterbury? And if they're in mid Canterbury, why aren't you using Mayfield High, the well monitoring work that you're privy to from the MHV, for example?
We haven't decided where it would be yet, and that is part of it. And really what this is highlighting is that we use all available information. So there are 2 listed there, but we would use all available information.
Councillor Swiggs.
I had the same question around the budgets, but there's one other question that I wanted to ask was the data in your option. And thank you for bringing this paper. It's actually quite useful to read, so thanks for that. But in your page 42 and D, 23D, ensure the integrity of the data, who ultimately will own the data? And how will it be used? Because obviously data may have implications for some people, and some people might get uneasy with some of the stuff that may be found. So what's the process, and what's the integrity there?
Through you, Chair, so under the proposal as it is here, it would be Environment Canterbury data, and that would be one of the things that we would talk to the well owner about, that the data would sit with us. So it's part of a study that we would be using, as I explained, to kind of assess against our overall monitoring, and it would sit with us.
So to follow on from that, sorry, through you, Chair, just so if we own the data and we find something, exceedances of E. coli or anything, is there any obligations for us to pass that data on to other third parties, such as Te Mana? Who's the water regulator? Tūmata Arawa, God, my goodness. Is there any obligations to do that, and what's the sort of the privacy around that data?
And again, this would be something that we'd have to discuss with the individuals, but Taumata Arawai know when it's a private supply. They're only when it's above a certain number of, when it's a public supply, essentially. The one issue I would say is that as a public body under the Local Government Official Information Management Act, all of our data are available for anybody to see, so that they are public data. The notification, though, would be purely if it's an individual, supply back to the individual.
Councillor Robertson.
Oh, hi, thank you for the report. Considering we've got a wells drilled database, relating to any purpose, we would have drinking water listed as a purpose on that consent for a well. Is that correct? Yeah, just.
Sorry, I just had to check that I got the right answer for that. It doesn't state the purpose. So we hold bore log information for when wells are drilled, and we actually use that for kind of the geological information with that. But it doesn't have to state what the purpose of that, the drilling of the well was for.
But does the consent not have a particular consent reason on it? I can't even think of my words today. Activity, yeah, in order to permit. If it's drinking water, is that separate? Is permitted?
Yes, that's right. It's a permitted activity to take drinking water from groundwater. So it doesn't require a consent.
So just for clarification, a drilling of a private well for drinking water is not notified to ECAN.
The drilling of the well is notified because we hold the bore log information. But it is not notified the purpose for the drilling. Now, quite often we would be linking that to a consent, and we would know exactly why that is. But where it's for a private well, there is no obligation.
So that's where I see quite a big concern, is that if it's an area that's considered relatively high risk or heading in that direction, we're not holding information on what the purpose is of that bore. And that could be the situation where we capture that information. I find like we're looking at an outcome without actually looking at what we can do in the interim as a consenting body. Yeah, I find that really unusual.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, in terms of the pilot study design, how will it evaluate the differences between our monitoring bores and drinking water wells? Will it look at the values and compare them?
Yes, that's right. I mean, I don't know the exact design of but essentially that's what it's aiming to do, is to look at what if you took an area and you said, well, according to our records, it's sort of this threshold. What does that look like when you look at the actual, where people are actually taking drinking water, and is it similar? So that's the purpose.
Supplementaries in terms of the external agency, so that agency will collect the data and then run the evaluations and then provide back the report to Environment Canterbury.
Yes, that is what we are proposing. So this would be a research organisation or a consultancy or something like that.
And will they approach the well owner?
Yes, they would. Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Having just started this process myself in terms of haven't received the well log yet back, but I expect to have that soon. But as part of that, also, Tim, I'm expecting some water quality analysis from that well that I put down. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, can I just ask, is this for a house? So
the well log will demonstrate that it's a non-consented. You don't need a consent for it because it's just it's for personal use. So that the well log tells you that, so you don't have to get concerned about that. So if it's a litre a second or 2 litres a second, that doesn't concern you. But the water quality stuff, that data was also recorded. Is that right?
That goes to a territorial authority. So that's part of if you build a new house or you've got a new well for a house, you have to be able to demonstrate that it is of suitable drinking water quality, and that goes to the district council.
So my point, I guess, I'm trying to make here is that that information is collected as we speak on these things, but it's just held in different places. Is that information, in terms of its collective use and its visibility, is that something that we could get access to in terms of Canterbury Maps?
Yes, we could. I guess the one of the interesting things about that is it's a one-off. So it's done once when you build the house, and then that goes to the territorial authorities. I must admit, I don't know how they store those data and kind of access, but we can get into that. But it's not an ongoing.
So that could be the canary in the cage for everybody in terms of saying, hey, listen, you just put this down, the TA. I don't know what they do. They just probably put it on a shelf somewhere. But they could be saying, hey, this is like 5 or 4. You should be careful of this, and you should get tested every 2 years. So that information would come through them, not through us.
Yes, that is right. But I do know that when we sort of run awareness campaigns, that's the sort of information we've used as well. And we normally run those in conjunction with the, I'm looking at Taflin, but in conjunction with the territorial authorities and public health as well.
Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. In terms of the suite of testing that we're looking at doing for this, it mentions E. coli and nitrates. But given the cost of actually collecting data, defining a project and then collecting the data, collecting the samples and so on, that's a really big part of that. Are we looking to do any other testing, or could we look at the opportunity to gather some other information? Something I'm thinking of particularly is around pesticides and herbicides, which are less well known and less often monitored in our area.
Through you, Chair, just sort of two parts to the answer. The first is that we were working off the notice of motion, which does say improve awareness, prioritising based on nitrates and E. coli. So that's what we were thinking about. So the second answer is, could we add more? It does add a significant cost. It's about $500 extra per sample to do pesticides. There is a baseline survey that's run by ESR across the country every 5 years. It includes wells from Canterbury. In the past, we also run in our groundwater monitoring. I think it's every 10 years we do a check across more sites, and we're pretty confident that gives us an idea on what background concentrations are like, or what the concentrations are like across the region, and what that has shown is very low concentrations in groundwater. So when I'm thinking about it for myself and through running the budgets, I don't believe it would add a huge amount of value for the cost, a very high cost to be looking at pesticides as well.
Well, for a one-off round, which I appreciate, usually you want to do multiples, but we do, in our leaflet, we recommend to homeowners that they cover that suite as a one-off at the beginning. It's a lot of money. I think for us, we get less. So I think it's more like $1,000 for individual private well owners to go and have a full suite done. I think as Environment Canterbury, we can get much better prices. And at that localised level and in those shallow wells, I'm not sure that we do have as thorough data. If once in 5 years, national scale study, I know Councillor Elizabeth Mackenzie raised this quite often around pesticides in the last meeting. Pesticides and herbicides are used extensively in agriculture across the developed world, and we're increasingly finding how important it is to know about those things. So I just wonder if there's I would really like to see us think carefully, given that I appreciate we just have we say we have a monitoring role, and I think that could be added under that title. The raising awareness part seems to sort of fall on a multitude of different people, and if we can say, actually, this is an area where you do need to do, you maybe have more confidence it's worth your while spending $1,000 as an individual. It would be helpful for us to be sort of getting some sense of that. But I know there always seems to be pushback on doing more about pesticides.
I'm not sure there was a question in there, but I guess my response primarily is, if we were to include pesticides, we would have to do a much more limited study in order to stay within budgets, because it really does push the costs out hugely. So,
could I just add to that, as the chairman? I recently put in a well last year, and the first test was done by the well driller, and it was included in the cost of the well. I recently just tested that again with Hills Laboratories, and a full test was $211. That's without the pesticides, and as Tim has alluded to, the pesticides will add another $500 or $600 to that. So the full test includes E. coli and nutrients. So I don't think that's a large amount of money. Councillor East.
Thank you. In my earlier question, I posed the impact on budgets to 2.1 and 2.3. Dr. Davies gave me a response for 2.3, but I'm interested in the impact on our communications budget also.
Thanks for that, David.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Much as Tim has said in terms of the science budget, there's by the end of the year, we'll know the full extent of what we're spending all of our money on. But because some things come up, so we do have some discretionary budget. We'd be spending some of it on this. It's relatively limited for this. It's more around staff time and reallocating staff time, because we can use a lot of free social media, and we also do, as Tim has said, tap into the TAs and the health board, and they use their social media as well. We would anticipate doing some boosting and some targeted, so perhaps to lifestyle as real estate agents and people like that, where we might have some printed material. So, but we would probably be looking at sort of in the realm of sort of $2,000 for boosting the social media posts and doing a short print run. So the rest of it would be staff time. So we don't anticipate it having a massive impact on current budget to do that.
Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, Tim, if I could just ask questions around your proposed testing regime and whether it'll effectively provide any useful information, because what we know is for E. coli that most of the time you get E. coli contamination in bores, it's a point source or it's related to septic tanks and heavy rainfall and flooding events. And for nitrates, that using the data that MHV have provided over with their monitoring program over whatever it is, 80 wells or 200 wells or whatever it is over several years, that actually the data shows that there's a strong correlation with rainfall. So when you have dry years, nitrates tend to be much lower, and when you've got high rainfall, you tend to have spikes and variations in nitrates. So when you're picking an arbitrary 4-month period starting in April 2025 and doing 2 to 3 samples over that period, is that information going to be actually have any real use, other than saying there may be a bit of a problem here, which you've probably already known because you're going to the high-risk areas in the first place?
Through you, Chair, the in terms of how it compares to the long-term changes, and you're quite right, it's often rainfall driven. That the assumption would be made, but it's an assumption borne out by a lot of information, that the drinking water wells would be responding in a similar way to the long-term trends, and therefore, yes, it's a small sample, but I don't think it would necessarily need, because we would know that those would go up in the same way as the long-term monitoring as well. So we're not so worried about necessarily doing it over a longer time period. I can't remember if there was another question in there, sorry.
Well, I guess, I mean, the real question is how useful will the information be? So if you do it over a 4-month period, and let's say, for sake of argument, we have a dry autumn, and so you sample in a dry period, and so the nitrates will tend to be lower, even in a high-risk area where it may have been identified as having higher nitrates than perhaps some people would like. And so you may get a false impression that actually there isn't a problem, or if we get a lot of rain just before you start your sampling and you have spikes in the nitrates, you may be creating a false impression of the state of the water quality. And I guess, and the same applies to E. coli, that tends to be related to weather events or point source, or even if you've got a point source of contamination, that tends to be related to weather events. So how are you going to, to make the information useful, how are you going to compensate for that?
Through you, Chair, sorry, I didn't remember that question. It's really to do with the relative levels. So that if at the time of sampling, the drinking water concentrations are here and our monitoring is showing it's here, what we're interested in is that difference between them. Now, under a rainfall event, that might move, but it's the relative difference is what we're really interested in, or non-difference.
Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora, e te mana. Kia ora, Tim. Hey, thank you for the paper, actually, because like Councillor Swiggs, it's actually been very informative about this whole thing. You can imagine me I'm sitting here actually thinking about the recommendations actually in this paper, and particularly in point number 2, and then the subsections of that. The interesting thing with this is, first of all, I just really, and maybe I should know this, or maybe I shouldn't, or anyway, how do you classify, because in point 32, you talk about private well owners, local communities, territorial authorities, local runanga, and the likes. So in this classification that we're talking about, we're talking private wells, how does runanga actually, are they part of that? Are they classified as being private, or what are they classified as being?
Are you asking about marae? It just depends, because if we're talking runanga, then it's the same as anybody else. Some will be on private wells, some will be on public supply. So to the best of my knowledge, it depends on which marae you're talking about. If we took Waiho as an example, and then obviously that's been prominent in recent times, that's off a community supply. So that's Waimate District Council supply, which is to a wider public. So that would not be considered as part of that. I'm a little bit unsure on some of the other marae, what status they have for their drinking water, whether it's individuals or their. I mean, I do know some of them, but I just don't know them all.
Okay, a whare tipuna is a house, okay? And so that's the basis of the marae. So anyway, is what you're saying is that...
Sorry, no.
What you're saying is that there's a grey area around, a marae, whare tupuna, papakainga, all of that within that marae complex.
Through you, Chair. No, it's not grey. It's really just a case of which supply they are hooked up to. So some may well have their own supply, which would then be considered a private supply. I know well. So David's not here, but I'm guessing Taumotu is probably like that. But others are actually hooked up to a municipal supply, and Waiho is an example of that, where it's a public water scheme. So it depends on the individual marae, what water scheme they're linked into, or if it's their own private supply.
Thank you. Yeah, that kind of answers the question, because you've got Moiraki, whether I doubt whether they would be, reliant on town supply. Okay. The other question that supplementary? The other question that I have is to do with what Councillor Southworth was bringing up around. Okay, so she's mentioned pesticides, and I take note of the letter to Waiho, and then looking at their presentation, where I actually think they've been actually a little narrow by just identifying nitrates. Because when you look at it, depending on where you are and who you talk to, E. coli is a major problem. And then you've got nitrates. And it depends on where you are as to where you put that order. But the interesting thing that you've just spoken about is the, extending it to pesticides and things like that. Because when you talk about a runanga, or when you talk about a takiwa, it's not only about the well water, it's also about the water in the waterways, because indirectly, this is actually about, mahinga kai now. So talking about data, is there not data actually around waterways and all of that, that affect mahinga kai? And could that be related in some ways around the quality of water, coming out of the groundwater?
Through you, Chair, yeah, absolutely. We've got information and data on water quality in streams, and which would be linked into mahinga kai. That includes nitrate, it includes E. coli, it includes a whole suite of different things. So we do have that information, and we certainly use that to make that linkage between groundwater and surface water.
Can I one last supplementary? Because the other part of this is that if that is the case, then it's actually about the use of data, and this was brought up before around, specifically we're saying we're going to use this pilot to test private wells, for contaminants, and that's another data that's going to be put in another box. Yet we've got all these other boxes where possibly what we're trying to find out is actually we already have the data in some ways, probably not specific enough, maybe it is, but can we use the other data to contribute to what we're trying to find here?
Absolutely, we would be using all data that are available, so that would be part of the awareness campaign.
And the other part is about the data. I'm still on the data. Is that you see, Papatupu Runanga have a very interesting take on data, and particularly the data that we give them, or they give them. Niwa is a really good example because they take all that data and then suddenly it's theirs. So there was a question before about who owns the data and who gets to actually share, who do we share it with? So that would come back to what a further question was around how we actually structure the pilot. So Papatupu Runanga will want to know, hey, who do we get to see that data?
Public data. Through you, Chair, this is where there is a difficulty that we face quite often, in that what we are proposing is a rates-funded study, and therefore the data and the information would be available to anybody that wanted to see that, and we have no way of controlling that. If somebody wanted to pay themselves to have then we might be able to come to some arrangement, but it would kind of be difficult to do. But we could probably arrange that.
Yeah, look, I actually understand what you're saying, but are we also? I kind of get a feeling that we don't want to actually gather too much data because it's actually for the public, and then that actually puts us in another kind of interesting area.
I'm not sure there was a question there, but
well, I'll give you the question. Do you think that the more data we collect on these contaminants, because it's papers that we're getting, say from a runanga, that suddenly you're supplying the data, and the data is actually, in a lot of ways, it is quite negative to what we're trying to do.
It's a difficult question to answer. If you are asking me, could we have too much data? The simple answer is no. We couldn't have too much data. As a science group, we work very hard to be as objective as we possibly can in how we treat that information. So we are not thinking of it in terms of a negative or a positive impact on an organisation. We're being as objective as we possibly can. And part of that is making sure that the information are available for whomever.
Thanks. No further questions.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. I would have to go right back to Councillor Sunkel, but I'll make my comments in discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for the report. It's really interesting and looking at the options. Just two or three questions. One of them is, and it kind of relates to some comments from Councillor Sunkel. Do consent holders, and it relates to page 38, item 11, where you suggest that you do have well databases for wells drilled for any purpose. I'm wondering, do consent holders in irrigation schemes provide, in terms of irrigation scheme providers, do they have an obligation under their consents to provide test results across their command area, whether that be for drinking water or not?
Through you, Chair, that very much depends on how the consent is written, and it will differ on individual cases. So there is normally a requirement. Well, I'm just trying to think how that works. That there would not. Well, there's not always a requirement that data are supplied. There is normally a requirement that will say something like the water quality information has to meet these thresholds, and therefore a report might come in rather than the data themselves, which I think is what you're asking.
Yes, I suppose just this idea of gaps. I remember we had a conversation quite a while ago about Mid-Canterbury, and some data was not being freely provided to us, which created some gaps in our understanding of the effects of say nitrates or whatever in Mid-Canterbury. Is that the case, or are you satisfied that the spread of data, for example, across Mid-Canterbury, the Ashburton, Waitaki districts, for example, from across the district, is sufficient coverage through well testing and well results that you're able to provide with some certainty of what's happening in those catchments?
Through you, Chair, so the data that we have readily available are our data. So they're the ones that we collect, and we have an extensive network. What this proposal is looking at is kind of checking that against drinking water. There are definitely other data out there. We have no mechanism to require those to be supplied to us. Quite often they are. For example, Central Plains, we share data readily between ourselves and themselves, and so it's quite common that we do share data, but there is no requirement, and therefore, and sometimes we won't know. I mean, for example, when people take drinking water tests for their own wells, that's not supplied to us. We don't know what that is. There's no requirement. Sometimes people might, out of the goodness of their own heart, send it to us, but it's not something that we require.
Thank you. Supplementary and more related to – 24C on page 42. Just on a personal note, for me, we have our water well tested every 2 years because we have to comply with MPI food production rules. Is part of the communication exercise in trying to get more information from people, is it useful to suggest to people as part of that communication exercise that if they are prepared to send their data, so that it's not just held by them and the TAs, or it's actually just only held by them after the first test, is that something that would be useful, so that periodically, where people are regularly testing, that they feel comfortable in doing that? And if that's the case, providing some information in the communication option 2 to let them know where they could send that to if they wanted to freely give that information. I think of what Councillor Scott was saying before as well. Would that be useful?
Through you, Chair, look, I think that sort of information is useful. There's always a slight question that we just have to be mindful of, but we can deal with it around, how was that sample taken? Was it taken in a laboratory accredited way and things like that? So there's always that question, but we can deal with that. So it is useful information, and we could accommodate that. It's not something that we're set up to receive very easily, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't. I can't imagine that we would get flooded with information, so we probably could deal with it, but it is something that we can consider.
Supplementing just the last question then, sort of related to that, again, and if that is something that you're thinking of, some information about where people could get the kits from would be useful as well. And the price varies too. The prices for me to get a full assessment, at one instance it was $1,000, but it's or $500 to $1,000. So they can be quite expensive. I think it's the E. coli testing that requires more time and money spent on that, or the other pathogens and things like that. So that's just something I'm thinking you could do.
Perhaps if I could just respond to that and just saying that is definitely part of the awareness campaign. That one of the difficulties we have, or perhaps it's quite right, is that we can't recommend a provider to go to this laboratory or something like that, because it's a competitive market and we're not there to pick or choose. But we certainly do make aware how people can get the kits. In terms of the expense, it does depend on what you are looking at. E. coli is actually one of the cheaper ones, but there are some of the metals are more expensive than that.
My last point, really, questions in terms of the communication option 2. I think it's very good, but when I look at the bottom of page 41 and look at the previous Facebook posts and the messaging last year, the level of respondents, there's 30,000 private wells across Canterbury, and we only got 237 views in July, or views from users, and 857 in August. I'm just wondering that the messaging there is going to be pretty important. Is that something that you're kind of reviewing, what went wrong there, or what are the shortcomings of that?
Through you, Chair. Yep, I can answer that. That campaign was put out to raise awareness. It wasn't pointing out you might be in a high-risk area, would you like to come forward and actually have your well tested as part of a pilot study or anything like that. So, and these are views that have come through from our campaign. Now, we did share, obviously, with the territorial authorities as well, and with health, so we don't have the analytics on theirs. But yeah, we do anticipate it would be an enhanced campaign compared to what we did last year. In the budget at the moment, we do run this campaign regularly, but we would anticipate, if you went with option 2, that it would be up from what we did this time.
Councillor Sacknell?
No, I think I was going to respond to Councillor Each's question. I'll leave that to general debate. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson?
think I've almost forgotten my question now. It's been so long. Mine was just regarding to obligations in a way, considering we allow certain land use activities and in close proximity to. I'm sorry, it's a difficult question, but there must be some means of progressing this at a organisational level as a matter of an opportunity, I guess, to understand what's going on a bit more. There must be gaps in it if we don't have information on which wells are linked to drinking water and the like. So my question, well, it's not really a question, but it is. I actually really support the testing also. As you probably know from last year, my comments on insecticides and herbicides in the environment, I think that is an opportunity also to have further testing, or actually any testing, considering we hold quite a large consent ourselves to apply such in the environment. And yes, it's here we go, but realistically, it is a need, not just an opportunity that, we could supply quite heavy information to the EPA in order to build a better case of what is happening in our large environment. So I strongly support Vicky's addition to testing, and also concur a lot of what Councillor Edge was saying too. I thank you for the report. However, I think there's definitely things that need to be added and considered going forward.
Sorry, can I just apologise? I raised my eyebrows in acknowledgement of what you were saying. It wasn't meant as in any way around that.
Councillor Scott.
I just think we're at time, Chair, on this subject.
Okay, are there any more questions? If not, thank you very much, Tim. It's been some really good questions there and created some really, really good discussion. So you may leave the table. As the chairman, I think it's probably best that we put these recommendations or these motions up one by one. Is everybody happy with that? Thank you. So do we have someone to move the first motion, number one? Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Southworth. Right, is there any? Slight technical issue. Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Number one.
Just point one?
Yep.
Okay. Happy with that.
Councillor East.
It was just a point of clarification whether we were just dealing with point one at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Voting on point one.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to talk a bit later, but I may as well get mine out of the way. That way it's done. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Southworth for bringing the notice of motion at the November meeting, and also the 8 councillors who voted affirmatively to allow for this report and opportunity for us to discuss it now. At 8-7, it was very, very close. I believe as the rulemaker, and on page 38, it's quoted, regulating activities that can impact the original source of the water, in most cases groundwater, unquote. We have a responsibility to inform the residents of Canterbury whether the water they drink is not going to make them and their families unwell. For those that argue against this on the grounds of cost and benefits being only to those individual well owners, I would remind you that we subsidise consent, staff time for processing consents through general rates, and that seems to be okay. Many of these, I presume, contribute to the issue of nitrate levels as well. Effectively, though, the benefits of this are to the wider community, not just to the individual well owner. We know with the increased levels of different types of bowel and stomach type cancers, which we were alerted to by Dardanelle in her presentation to Canterbury, to the Canterbury Regional Council meeting in December last year. This is all good. This is all good about our community, and clearly we have some sort of obligation if we're happy to sort of carte blanche economic development and what goes with it, then there are consequences and we have to man and woman up for it. Kia ora, thank you.
Any other discussion from anyone else?
Also, just like to comment the thanks to staff bringing what's a thorough paper back and having really thought through what the notice of motion was asking for and really considered. And so thank you for doing that.
Councillor East.
Yeah, look, I'll speak to, in my speech now, I'll refer to the three motions. Look, I acknowledge the importance of drinking water meeting required standards. However, it is noted that private well owners, it's their responsibility, and presumably there are bores within the city also, to test their drinking water. ECAN has a number of financial constraints it has to meet to be fiscally responsible, keep rates and keep rates at an acceptable level. The resolution notes that this notice of motion and recommendations 2.1 and 2.2 will be met from existing budgets, which in turn requires something in the existing budget to be deferred or omitted. We set our annual plan and budget and should not deviate from this except in very unusual circumstances. This variation to our budget should be considered and debated in the annual plan process 2025-26. And for that reason, and the commentary given already, I can't support the recommendations 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. However, I will support recommendation number 1.
Knock. Councillor Karakia.
Yes, kia ora. As the seconder to the motion, and I was really cognisant, obviously, when this NOM was first presented last year, and it was around looking at the paper and then understanding, and I just heard about a number of sort of comments and questions, and obviously the paper's actually created more questions than answers in some ways. But again, I come back to what Councillor Burns is saying, particularly around community, because when you look at the Te Rūnanga Waihao Chair's presentation, I mean, it really does highlight the fact about, and this is just nitrates, I'm not talking about E. coli, pesticides or anything like that, but the highest rates, anal cancer, kidney, gallbladder, pancreas, all of this, I mean, it's there on page 26 of the presentation. So, you know, every man has a castle in some ways and all that, blah, blah, blah. But basically, you cannot, in a private well, for instance, it'd be interesting to see in those high risk areas, you know, how much sort of farming it takes place there, particularly dairying and all of that, and what the results are from those wells, which is one of the major issues that has been identified in the Te Rūnanga Waihao paper. So I'm really have seconded this because this is actually about, and when you talk about Papatupu Rūnanga, which I'm not quite clear yet, and it's it was answered in a way actually that was general and specific in some ways as to what papatupu runanga, what does that actually mean, marae, and whether it's on town supply or whether it's actually a private well or whatever. Doesn't matter, actually, because where the water comes from and who's consuming it, at the end of the day, we can't, how can we actually say we're only going to do this and not think about the holistic things that are, this is kind of responsible for in the way of contamination. So that's why I'm supporting number one, because I think it just assists us, it helps us, make those decisions on something that we are that is our responsibility. And when you look at the ECAN responsibility, particularly around advice, water supply monitoring, specific monitoring of water supply sources is the responsibility of water suppliers, yes, but it's up to Regional Council, ECAN, to actually ensure that they have enough information, advice, and also assistance, actually to be able to monitor, the water that's coming out of their well. Because it's not just about them in the end, the whole data will actually create a really interesting perspective on how contaminated the underground water is, in these communities. Kia ora. That's one.
Councillor Edge.
Right.
Yes, I want to thank Councillor Southworth for bringing this notice of motion to us, and the response from staff in terms of producing a very good, very clear paper with a couple of options, communication and then science-led, to help us understand a little bit more about the issues relating to nitrate levels, especially in various parts of Canterbury, high-risk areas, and that's yet to be determined, obviously. And that will help inform the public. But more importantly, it will help inform people, those 30,000 well holders, give them a little bit of more information, but also flag it to them that they do need to have their well tested reasonably regularly. The wells for drinking water supplies, once the well is set, they obtain compliance from, and it has to be from an approved laboratory. And quite often people just forget about the ongoing testing, thinking it's all fine. But the cumulative impact on our environment over a number of years has been polluting our groundwater, and that has and we know that there is probably going to still be an increasing nitrate levels in some parts of Canterbury, and people need to know that. So if there's a mechanism in place where we can communicate more regularly with people, that would be great. The private well owner is responsible for organising the testing of their well, but unfortunately that's a shortcoming of legislation. If the standards are not met when they do that testing, through no fault of their own, they have to pay for expensive treatment to allow them to continue to drink the water that was originally safe for them to drink. And those who are polluting the groundwater are in turn not held accountable. And it is our job as Regional Council, through consenting processes and through science, to help better inform.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask, we are debating one, which is to simply receive the report, and yet we seem to be debating items 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. Could we just hold our conversation to one, accept the report, and then debate those issues as they follow?
I'm just giving a general statement. I'm in discussion. I have the floor at the moment. I have a few minutes to go on that. Maybe I will repeat some of that information later. But what I'm saying is that this notice of motion, I'm not going to repeat myself, but it's very clear about my position on this, and that this notice of motion is a really good notice of motion. We've had a good response from staff, and at the end of the day, if people become more informed about their own situation and in turn understand the effects of land use activities across Canterbury that might be affecting their groundwater, then that's all good. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, yeah, got off the top of a wee bit, Grant, but anyway, we know the staff have done a great job, but it's not, and we'll just leave it at that. Okay, is there any more questions about discussion, about number one, the motion that we have in front of us? If not, we'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to number 2. Do we have a mover for that? Thanks, Councillor Sacknell. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Scott. Okay, I'll now call for any, is there any discussion? Councillor Sacknell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at items 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, I can support item 2.1, which is run an enhanced communication campaign through 24-25, the financial year, within existing budgets. I have absolutely no issue with that. I could marginally support us doing a desktop assessment of nitrate levels in E. coli, and why I state that as opposed to going out and doing a whole bunch of well testing is that my knowledge of the testing that I receive, and I know others receive over time, is very comprehensive. The galleries that we test, particularly within the Selwyn, are not just at depth, they are at different depths, so that we are intercepting water in the first, second and third aquifers at times. So we have testing across the command area of CPW, we have testing as that at the bottom of that command area, which is effectively the main south road. We have testing in the lower part of the catchment. We test the lowland streams where they come out of the ground, and the springs, we test them at the bottom. We test Te Waihora. I have seen really good heat maps of where the issues of nitrates and high nitrates are, and I have seen similar tests and heat maps for the Fairley Basin and a bunch of places. So in my mind, we have some really good knowledge of where those areas of issues lie. And I'm not sure that we need to spend more money given we have the knowledge of where those areas are. So happy for us to inform the community, remind the community of their responsibility. Yeah, I accept Dr. Davies' contention that you can never have too much data, but there is a point where we know significant amount of data, what our issues are, where they are, and equally within the different stratas of the water as they flow down the plains, whether they be the Selwyn, Mid-Canterbury, Fairley Basin, and a bunch of places. So, yeah, I would support extra communication to the people to remind them, and potentially a paper top exercise to pull all those data together to give us a heat map. But I am not convinced that any more testing provides any great benefit.
Thank you, Councillor Sacknell. Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got real reservations about this enhanced communications campaign. If it sticks to just reminding people to test their wells for safety purposes, then I'm reasonably relaxed about that. If it goes on a campaign of frightening people about the potential of nitrates, then I am concerned about that. And I note that Councillor Karakia and Councillor Byrne have referred to the chair of WAIHO's submission to us last month as being fact. When I read the report, I don't see anything of fact there, but I see a lot of opinion. When you want fact, you should go to people who are actually experts in their field. And Professor Frizzell, who is a professor of colorectal cancer, said you're more likely to get cancer as a result of heightened stress levels than you are by drinking water with elevated nitrates in Canterbury. And so he was, when I think we had a campaign a while ago, or Greenpeace was leading a campaign, Professor Frizzell said that he was concerned about the levels of stress being caused by this because of the misinformation that was being put out in the community. And Professor Keenan, only before Christmas at a conference on nitrates, made it, and she's again another professor of, I think, of cancers in Otago Medical School, made it clear that there is no connection between cancers and elevated nitrates in our drinking water. And so I think if we are going to persist with this communications campaign, we have to be very clear about what we say to private well holders about the dangers. As Councillor Sunkel has described, and certainly it's the case in the Ashburton district, those people who live in areas where there are elevated nitrates are very well aware of the issue, and in most cases they've been able to get access to water where there are low levels of nitrates. And so they've already made the decision to move. And the reality is if you actually do, and this comes slightly to 2.2, if you actually do, you can get a shallow bore and a deep bore pretty much on the same location, and one might have elevated nitrates and the other one will have very low nitrates. And so even within a high risk area, you're going to get variation. So I don't know anywhere in Canterbury where there's not access to high quality potable water with low nitrates. And I think that should be perhaps talked about in the enhanced communications if this motion is passed.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much. I'm quite happy to support 2.1 around an enhanced campaign, communication campaign. I know that we have been doing it and it's been reasonably well received. I'm not quite sure how much support we hopefully will, perhaps I'll rephrase there, hopefully we'll get support from partner agencies, TAs and public health as well to work in that. I think for me that this is actually nothing new, nitrate levels and E. coli in our waterways. Land use activities have been going on for decades in Canterbury. We certainly, when I moved to North Canterbury in the 1950s in our area, mothers were actually warned about high nitrates in the water then. Similarly, there's been a recent science review presented by Helen Rutter, just of some ECAN work as I understand it, showing some really high levels in Lincoln universities that are higher than even in today. And obviously that was just a review of our work and acknowledging that actually requires a little bit more investigation. So the question for me is, what is safe level? We actually know what the safe levels are in New Zealand for nitrate, and we also know what safe levels are for E. coli. And I think that it's just something that we always need to keep in the back of our mind, that they haven't changed, specifically nitrate hasn't changed, but there is a lot of conversations going on, particularly in some of our universities and some researchers and other people that think that it should be different. And I acknowledge that Runanga have some very aspirational levels of trying to get nitrate back to 1 or less than 1 milligram per litre. So for me, I'm happy to support an enhanced communications program because I know that that's what ECAN has actually supported in the past. And being realistic around what those expectations are and what the realities are. I don't support 2.2. I'm having a real struggle with the value of a pilot program that's just focused on a small number of wells in some sort of risk area to get a comparative with our science. This is not, I don't think, I haven't been convinced of any value around doing this pilot proposal. I think that Councillor Mackenzie touched on my concerns really in the questioning of it around the 4-month period and the risk period and how you can tie them up. So, yeah, I'm definitely, I will support 2.1 and not 2.2, should it go to that.
Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora, anō te te mana. I am in support actually of 2.1 and the reason being is because, and I heard one of the comments from our previous speaker around we've been doing this for a long time. You only really need to look at a number of reports, particularly from the Ministry of the Environment, as to how long we've got left actually if we continue to do this. This sort of kind of keeping it in the doldrums and the darkness and the grey areas when really it all is about trying to do the best for everyone, not just Papatupa Runanga, but the wider communities as well. I thought the comment, which I wasn't surprised actually, the comment by Councillor Mackenzie about the data that was provided in the Te Runanga Waiho presentation. And so, I mean, it's nothing new, but we just have to actually rely on the integrity and the mana of kai whakahaere from Papatupa Runanga ancestral communities that actually come to this place and present with, data that they believe. I think the other part is Councillor Mackenzie should go and have another look at Erin Bokovich because, that was actually about the data. A lot of it was about that. So Dardanelle would actually be probably the Erin Brockovich actually of Waihau, and let's hope that her message actually continues to influence not only the other 9 Papatupa Runanga, which I'm sure it will, but also other communities right across the Ikan Rohe. So in that, I completely support 2.1. Kia ora.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I support the staff recommendations for addressing private well water testing in Canterbury. The proposed two-pronged approach, combining an enhanced communication campaign with a targeted scientific pilot study, represents an effective way forward. The pilot study, if carried, will provide valuable insights into contamination levels in priority areas, helping inform evidence-based communication with affected communities. Together with the expanded awareness campaign, this approach aligns with our obligations as a regional council while respecting that private well owners are ultimately responsible for their drinking water safety. Finally, just speaking to Councillor Karako's points during the questions, all data we collect or contract to collect is public data, and long may that continue. It's one of the biggest gifts, I believe, that we give to our community, to citizen scientists and professional scientists alike, those wonderful CSVs that we can download from our website. We have also entered an age now of artificial intelligence, and public data combined with AI tools can help us manage our water more effectively. Where we once needed weeks to spot patterns and perform cleaning, integration, and statistical analysis in water quality data analysis, AI can now analyze this information in minutes, helping us to identify problems sooner, target our efforts better, and overall enhance resource management in the region.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. I won't stray outside option 2.1. I support 2.1. I think having an enhanced communication campaign is going to be really, really good. It will help perhaps draw out some misinformation about the state of nitrates in our system, both historical and current, and the future about that too. But I'm just wondering if, just to ensure the comments that I questioned Dr. Davies on could be perhaps considered in terms of ensuring that there's some practical information for people about where they can get their kits from, perhaps what their results, if they're uncertain about the results, what those results, some advice, what the results could actually mean. And so I think it's really, really good. And it's a pity that Dr. Tim Chambers couldn't be here today, because he had run a very successful and well-attended testing program for the Waimakariri District Councils, or the Waimakariri Zone Committee, a couple of years ago. And it had a lot of response. People are fearful out there about the surprise they get when they do actually find that their well water is not up to scratch. And I think this is an important way of showing the community that we do care and that we would like to assist them in understanding their situation. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion from any other councillors? Councillor East.
I spoke earlier about my intention to vote against 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. On reflection, I do see some merit in 2.1. However, based on my earlier comments around fiscal responsibility and the need to perhaps consider these sort of things in an annual plan process where it can be debated publicly, I'll change my vote to abstention.
Thank you, Councillor East. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. For the purposes of this discussion, which is very good, Public Health, Otago University Public Health Professor Michael Baker is on record as saying that the 11.3 grams per litre of nitrate, which incidentally was set by the World Health Organization in 1950, is hopelessly out of date. Now, we're not here to debate that at all, but again, if we are relying on data from way back there to actually tell our communities things are safe, I think it just shows you that we live in this world of alternative facts and truths. I'm actually, just as a side, because it was mentioned by Councillor Davies, AI will be the next one, which will be the massive test, so congratulations for starting to get on top of that for the organisation. Kia ora, thanks.
Okay, is there any more discussion from any other councillors? Is that a... Okay. Becky?
At risk of ending up in 2.2 and wanting to say my thing there, but being accused of saying something about 2.1 in 2.2, but I'm going to support 2.1. And I just want to say that I do think this communication is really important. Just as a rough estimate, that 25 to 30,000 whales is around about 70, 80,000 Cantabrians, I think, just the back of the envelope, which is somewhere in the region of 10 to 15% of our population. So it's not minor, it's not small. And the effects of people getting sick from water, and I think pathogens is actually one that is often overlooked, isn't considered as significantly as it should be. There's a health system cost of that. We know our health system is absolutely creaking at the seams. And so you have to link everything up. And it's all very well for us to sit here and say, here's Environment Canterbury's little silo that we do. And frankly, I feel embarrassed when I say our role is to manage the contaminants in groundwater, because I think the data shows we haven't, as an organisation, done a great job of it. And I acknowledge there's decades and decades of decisions made, and social change and all the rest of it has played into that. But to go, oh, well, that's our role, is protecting this, when we know it's not great, I think we have to actually take it on board and go, well, we can do something good for our population, 10 to 15% of them potentially, to make sure they know how to look after their health well and to get those tests done and to reduce the stress on our public health system. So, I'd like to see a big picture, link it all up. So thank you for putting this. I think it's important and I support it. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll ask on Councillor Scott as the seconder of this motion to...
Thank you. Look, I supported the fact that we brought this report to the council because I think this is the sort of discussion that we require. But again, it doesn't get away from the fact that if you've got a well, you've got some personal responsibility in this space, and I don't think the overreach that we're looking for here is required. I do, however, support 2.1, and I won't support 2.2 or 2.3. The reason supporting 2.1, when Dr. Davey was at the table and we talked about where does the information go when you drill a well, like from my well, where does the information go to the TA? What do they do with it? What do they do with my well if it's 6? If the nitrate level's 6 in it, do they say anything to me? I don't know that. I think that's part of that communication that we should be looking for. And like our personal well at home is 5 milligrams per litre. I think that's right. And we've taken the responsibility that pregnant women that come into our house, that we know about anyway, small babies specifically, and any visitors we let them know that that's what the levels are, and they can make up their own mind whether they drink the water or not. And we have bottled water for them. So we know what it is. It's convenient for us to have a well that supports our house. So I'm thinking to myself, people need to take that responsibility on themselves. I think we're right in telling people, hey, you need to test and you need to do these things, but I don't want overreach. So I won't be supporting anything past 2.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Now I'll ask on Councillor Sacknell.
I don't believe I need to add anything to the debate.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Could we have division, please, for these? Thank you.
Okay, that's been noted.
We'll be in the Greenpeace paper tomorrow, will we, with the division, Councillor Burns?
I'm not a member of Greenpeace, so I couldn't possibly tell you what they're doing.
Okay, well, division is approved.
Great. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Councillor Scott?
4.
2.1, sorry. 4. Councillor Southworth?
Support.
Councillor East? Abstain. Councillor Swiggs?
4.
Councillor Burns?
4.
Councillor Mackay?
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Sunkel?
4.
Chair Pauling?
4.
Councillor Karakia? Councillor Davies?
Yes.
Councillor Edge?
4.
Councillor McKenzie? Councillor Robinson?
4.
Councillor Ward?
4.
Councillor Diche? Online?
4.
Councillor Cranwell?
Aye, tautoko.
Just show tab.
So the motion is carried. We'll now move on to 2.2. Do I have someone to move this motion? Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Sacknell, do you have just discussion on this?
Point of order, Chair. Look, it's understanding orders you have to go to the chair, the mover and the seconder first, and ask them if they want to speak, and then go from there.
Sorry. Councillor Southworth.
And as the mover, I have the right of reply as well, so I get 2 bites of the cherry. I remember. But I won't take up too much time. Really, just I do support this. I think staff have clearly looked at what budget they have available within this financial year, and that's great. I don't believe that staff would put something forward that had no value. I think this should provide some additional information to support where to manage and pitch the communication. So it makes the communication side of things able to be more strategic, and that is important in terms of being both cost effective and actually effective in sharing the message that needs to be received by private well owners. I would still like to see something around pesticides, but I appreciate this is probably not the point in which to get that. But I just have a look at the 2022 National Survey of Pesticides. There were 5 wells tested, and it's a once in 5 year thing. 5 wells tested, one of which did find 2 pesticides, although they're actually related. So one is a sort of derivative of the other, and that was in the sort of like around about the Timaru type of area down there in the South Canterbury area. And so, you know, if that's what we get every 5 years, it doesn't look to me like there's an enormous amount of knowledge in those around those chemicals, of which there is growing awareness and understanding and concern globally. So that's something perhaps we could consider in future years. I've said before, ensuring that we protect people's health and provide them with the knowledge and information helps us overall save money in terms of the healthcare system. And so I think we can justifiably play a role in that. And so I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Burns, do you have any discussion?
Yeah, very briefly. I too would like to thank staff, and I thought that was a good point. I also believe that they wouldn't put forward something that they didn't think was of any value. And I will quote the first paragraph of the old Ngāi Tahu water policy, which was, water is a taonga given to us by our ancestors for us to protect and to enhance for future generations. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Sucknall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. As I noted on the previous matter, I will speak against this and vote against it. I believe we have significant data at our fingertips, or a simple desktop exercise would find us those particular hotspots that are out there that we can then utilise for information responses to the wider community. And I just reflect when we put the requirements in front of CPW as the independent group for monitoring and testing as part of the consent regime, we required 2 years of data before the irrigation scheme at any particular point was instigated, to have good knowledge, and or we used paired data from original wells when we put new wells down. So again, I have a concern, a short timeline of a few months providing us with data when the consenting process and this organisation requires longer term data to be able to analyse going forward, particularly within consenting processes. So I speak against and believe the data that we have is sufficient to take us forward with the communication plan.
Thank you, Councillor Sucknall. Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora no te mana. I support 2.2, and the reasoning behind it is the fact, first of all, that it does answer Councillor East's question, particularly around physical responsibility, because what we've heard from our staff is that it can be covered actually within the budget. I think the other part is that it's all about the value of ongoing updated data. I think that's a really important point in all of this. And just listening to one of the well-articulated responses from Councillor Sunkel, and the fact that just addressing the fact that our chief scientist actually commented that you can't have enough data. I agree with that, but it's actually, I'm like Councillor Sunkel, it's important around the data itself and the updated information that can give, because it's changing continuously. The other reason why I believe we can never give up on trying to actually utilise such incredible sort of scientific information that's coming through all the time, how you implement the data gathering. So again, that's why I'm very supportive of this. The other thing is that when I look at this overall situation about the tino rangatiratanga that Ngāi Tahu are actually presenting, not less than 500 metres over to the west there in the High Court at the moment. And basically what that's about, and we only have to look at what's happened this summer in the Waio Uwha and then also Lake Rua. And the fact is that what we're seeing is Papatuanuku crying out, saying that, there is something seriously, you are doing something really seriously to our body, to my body. And that is why when you look at the holistic approach to this and how we're dealing with a taonga that is actually not just for Ngāi Tahu iwi Māori, it's actually for the whole of our tamariki mokopuna. It's the legacy that we do. I just heard from Councillor Scott is that one of the mihis that they do when manuhiri arrive at their whare is to warn them about the quality of drinking water from the tap. I mean, really? That there, to me, signifies the fact that we're worried about our manuhiri, them getting sick in our whare. That value of manaakitanga actually has just been completely stood on. And good on the Scott whānau, because that is the responsibility of the host when you actually are giving manaaki. And so can you imagine how we feel then when we welcome manuhiri to our marae, to our own whare? Is that the fact about we're not quite sure actually, so you shouldn't drink the water because you might get mawiwi once you leave here. So the final thing really is just what's happening a half a kilometre away is this. We are seeking recognition from the court that Ngāi Tahu has entitlement in relation to rangatiratanga. That's the first thing. The other part of it, the result of past failures to engage are clear to see. Waterways in the South Island are severely over-allocated with takes in some cases for low-value uses significantly impacting water levels and flows. Again, that is actually the essence of this and why Ngāi Tahu, progressive as we are, is that we are fighting this because that is enough is enough. And so we need to actually continue to reflect that in what we're trying to do in 2.2. We're trying to actually get the best possible data that we can actually have to be able to ensure that the legacy for our tamariki and mokopuna is actually going to be passed on, that they don't have to, when they mihi, to manuhiri in their place, in their safe haven, that be careful, if you drink the water here, you may be mawiwi, you may be sick. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Karakia. Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora tātou. He tautoko ka kōrero kua kōrero here, Councillor Korako. I tautoko what Councillor Korako just said, especially in regards to our mana whenua, as we heard last year from Te Aitaka Atapuiti when they came here and did their presentation, and the effects of nitrates in the water and around Glenavi and Waimate. and they're talking about diffused pollution in that area. And they're very concerned with their health, and Councillor Koraku's already mentioned it in their presentation. And unfortunately, this could be the norm of what Canterbury could become, what's happening in Waimate and Glenavy. Councillor Mackay's already mentioned the goal of Ngai Tuahuriri, nitrate level of 1 milligram per litre, aspirational in North Canterbury. I would love to see that happen one day. And also, this current government, if we want to do anything, we can't. In a sense, we can't do a plan change. We can't do anything like that. As this, with the change they made to the amendment they made to the RMA, Section 80, we can't do anything. And we saw that with our regional policy statement. I won't carry on. We've already had that discussion that we spent only 10 million 3 years on, but that's another story. So we can't do anything at this point in time. And I'd just like to read an email that I received, and I think most of us received, from our constituents throughout Canterbury. And this one was from Lewis Averillo. He sent multiple emails to me. Tēnā. I'm emailing to voice my support for Environment Canterbury providing region-wide drinking water testing events. Everyone should be able to drink from their kitchen tap without worrying if the water will make them sick. And I just, Councillor Scott just mentioned about, when in Manuhiri come to his whare, and Councillor Koraku kind of emphasised it, that he has to warn them, especially if they're pregnant and have young children. This isn't the case for everyone in Canterbury, especially private well owners. Often water in Canterbury is contaminated with E. coli and nitrates, which can have serious health impacts. Nitrate contamination in Canterbury comes from the dairy industry. This is from Lewis, not from myself. It is diffuse pollution coming from the thousands of dairy cows all across the region. Private well owners have no ability to stop the contamination at the source, but ECAN does. Well, we don't anymore. You have a responsibility to ensure the water sources in Canterbury are not polluted, so that everyone has access to safe, healthy drinking water. Running region-wide water testing events is the right thing to do, and I hope you support this motion when the time comes to vote on it. Ngā mihi, Lewis Aravello. And I've received over 70 of those. This probably doesn't go as far as they want, 2.2, but it's a start, I believe, and therefore I will be supporting 2.2. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell. Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, kia ora, Mr. Chair. I was only going to speak once, and I'll speak about all of the things. Speak once, speak well. But I wanted to start by initially acknowledging the notice of motion that has the debate for us now. I initially voted against that, but on reflection of seeing the information, it's good to get that information, and so I'm kind of reconsidering my position on those matters. But I do remain cautious about expanding our responsibilities into areas that aren't primarily our domain. There are a lot of agencies in this web of issues, but I do recognise the importance to ensure that our communities have confidence in their drinking water and their supply for drinking water. I do support the recommendation, all of them actually, especially because it's science-led and it's a pilot study and looking at those high-risk areas. We do need better data, as been spoken about quite a bit, because data is the foundation of being able to make good decisions. And so I'll always stand by that. The enhanced communication campaign is fantastic. I know we've done that before, and I'll always support continuing those so that people understand who's responsible for what they need to do and how they ensure to get the best outcomes for their own health. My primary concern still remains with the potential for the duplication of efforts. We have territorial authorities, Taumata Aroai, Te Whatu Ora, they're all involved in safety of water. We do need to be clear about what our responsibilities are, what our efforts are, and we should be complementing rather than duplicating. So that's one thing that I want us to be very clear about. Complement, not duplicate. I'm also concerned about the budget implications that were spoken before. While report states that it's within the funded existing budgets, I still need more clarity personally. I would like that, and it does raise a broader issue for me about the constant underspends in certain areas, and I think we need better transparent processes for identifying and reconciling those funds where they come from, because we should have the opportunity to say, should we be reducing rates or just doing extra things on the sides? So I do support the conversation that was had around that, and I hope we can have a bit more of a input into those in the future. Just on the health concerns, I understand the concerns that people raise about the potential links between nitrates and health outcomes, like bowel cancer and other things. However, I do want to reinforce that we need to be careful about making claims that aren't supported by solid science evidence. And I know there is scientific evidence, but I just wanted to, because I have been researching this a little bit, trying to understand for my own decision making. And there's a really good paper by Dr. Tim Chambers from the Otago University, which Otago University was mentioned before. And this study 2 years ago could say that the contamination of drinking water could have caused up to 100 bowel cancer cases in New Zealand within the last year, resulting in 40 deaths. Now, the further on it goes through that there needs to be better research that finds statistically significant links between the nitrate levels in colorectal cancer and other cancers involved in this area. But then there is a combination of both positive and negative results. So that's 100 cases of bowel cancer and 40 deaths. In that same year, New Zealand had 3,300 cases of bowel cancer and 1,200 deaths. So 140 deaths is still not good enough linked to nitrates, potentially. But I do want to understand, statistically, we need better data and better understanding of this. So I just wanted to be very clear, because I don't want around this table to be, putting misinformation out there if it isn't backed up by the science. But in saying that, I want to get the information. So really, I wanted to conclude about my cautious support moving forward for a pilot study. Communications is going to be key. I do urge the staff to prioritise the collaboration and the enhancement rather than the duplication. One thing that I was thinking about the debate is whether we do a amendment to say that we need to be thinking about Canterbury Regional Council actually actively working with the data and the outcomes to collaborate with the territorial authorities and others. But I think the message is pretty clear, and I think they're already doing that, but I do not want us to be duplicating.
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs. We're about 1 minute and 15 seconds off the 2 hours.
I'll move.
Move that. Okay, second. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll extend that time. Okay, Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to support 2.2. I think it's really necessary to follow this whole thing up and get us some more science investigation. And in terms of the budget, it's very clear, as we've been informed, that the budget is within the science investigation research budget, and our science team and staff will manage that accordingly. And I support adding more information to the data that we already have. It is a pilot in a number of high-risk bores. And when you look at 30,000 private wells across Canterbury, the number that's going to be reviewed is going to be tiny. But if it can give us some more information, perhaps information that we're unaware of, then that can only really be good. I mean, we do have other people in this space as well. We have zone committees taken upon themselves to spend some money on getting public testing, and of course Greenpeace have programs now and then as well. In terms of the suggestion that we have sufficient science, I don't believe that is necessarily true. And I kind of, as an example, being on the Waimakariri Zone Committee for a number of years, and in the final stages of preparing the zone implementation plan around about 2018, there was a sudden panic for our scientists to suddenly realise that the nitrates were coming under the Waimakariri River into the aquifers in Christchurch. And so there was some urgent drilling of a number of wells on the south side of the Waimakariri. That was new science, and that gave a different perspective on the threat of nitrates coming from the Waimakariri land use activity to the drinking water and aquifers in Christchurch. That changed things for the Zone Committee and the recommendations for the zipper. And it also meant that PC7, the uncertainty about what was happening there, is also being monitored and required as part of the hearings process to look at that every 5 years. So it's not given. The science that we are does develop, it does grow, and this will contribute to that. And in terms of Councillor Scott's revelation that his well is about 5 milligrams, you know, the warning, we're advised that the warning when it's half the MAV at 5.6 is a time to start thinking about and really monitoring your water really, really closely. And people aren't aware of that if it's above 5.6, don't wait till 11.3. It's too late. So, I mean, I think this will help bring home some more information about that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Edge. Is there any more discussion? Chair Pauling.
Yeah, kia ora. Just firstly want to thank you, Vicky, and thank the staff response, Tim and your team. I think this is good. Let's support it. Let's get on with it. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Burns, would you like to have... Okay. Councillor Southworth.
No, I'm happy with it, and I think the staff have got lots of feedback and can consider. I think particularly around that sort of risk assessment, how we weight where risk is. Hopefully, those things have all been heard and captured, and I'm sure it'll turn into a good and interesting project. I look forward to seeing what comes out the other end. Kia ora. I'm assuming we're going to pass, by the way. I'm hoping everyone's... I know there aren't many. There are some not in support, but I'm going to be confident here.
Yeah, we'll call for division.
Okay. For recommendation 2.2 to commence a science-led pilot study, Councillor Burns.
4.
Chair Pauling.
Aye.
Councillor Mackay.
No.
Councillor Davies.
Yes.
Councillor Ward.
Yes.
Councillor Karakia. Councillor Diche online.
4.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor East.
No.
Councillor Sunkel.
Against.
Councillor Southworth.
4.
Councillor Swiggs.
I support.
Councillor Cranwell.
Aye, tautoko.
Councillor Robinson.
Yes.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Abstain.
Councillor Edge.
4.
Thank you.
So the motion is carried. 11-4, 4 against, and 1 abstained. Do we want to move on and
taking 2.3, you would see the support for 2.2 could follow through to 2.3, and that may be quite a simplistic process we go through.
Thank you for that. Chair Pauling.
Happy to move 2.3.
And seconded by Councillor Sacknell. Moved by Chair Pauling.
Yeah, I don't have anything further to say.
Okay. Do you have anything to say, Councillor Sacknell?
Only that I do support the bringing together of data that we have around the community to provide better knowledge and understanding to then disseminate.
Thank you for that, Councillor Sacknell. Any other discussion? Speak up. Okay. If not, we'll put this motion. Okay, call for division again.
Division.
I think we could have just move it, will we? Okay. Okay.
Recommendation 2.3 by division, Councillor Scott. Councillor.
Sorry, I abstain, Liz.
Thank you. Councillor Cranwell. Councillor Robinson.
Yes.
Councillor Karako.
Ai tautoko.
Chair Pauling.
Aye.
Councillor Burns.
Yes.
Councillor East.
Abstain.
Councillor Mackay.
I'm abstaining.
Councillor Swiggs.
I support it.
Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Deche.
For.
Councillor Southworth.
Yes. Aye.
Councillor Davies.
Yes.
Councillor Sunkel.
For.
Councillor Ward.
For.
Councillor Edge.
For.
That's carried. 12 for abstentions.
Okay, the motion is carried. 2.3, it was 12 for and 4 against. I'd now like to...
Point of order, Mr.
Or
Chairman.
abstention, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yep.
We've had a number of divisions today, and I take Councillor Burns' point that the public sort of want to know how voting was, and Standing Orders 19.5 state that the result of a division must be entered into the minutes and include the members' names in the way they voted. So I take it that will come through in our final minutes. It's not shown there at the moment, but...
Yes, that's correct. It'll be tidied up and popped in, the names put into the final minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor East. I'd now like to adjourn the meeting, and we'll go and have some lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:10. Thank you. Okay, team, can I have your attention, please? Can we all be seated? And we'll now move on to agenda item 8.2, which is in your agendas on page 45 to 73. I'll ask Carmen Marsh, Organisation Performance Manager, and David Mills, General Manager of Finance Insurance, to introduce this report.
Okay, good afternoon, councillors. So this is the Core Services Performance Report to the end of Quarter 2, 2024-25. So it covers the period 1 July to 31st of December. Just as a recap, the purpose of the report is to give council assurance that the core services are being effectively delivered as per the service measures and budgets that we set in the long-term plan 2024-34. So Dave and I will just briefly comment on the service performance and the financial performance, and then we're happy to take questions for each core service one at a time would be ideal. So we have Paul and Jude here to answer any environmental regulation and protection questions. Lee's here to answer any questions about community preparedness and response to hazards. And we have Stuart online to cover public transport at the end if there's any questions on that. Thanks. So just a quick recap on service measure performance. So at the end of Quarter 2, 32 of the 34 service measures are either on track to be achieved by the end of the year, or 3 of them have surveys planned for later in the year. There's one service measure we don't record this year because it's undertaken every second year, and we have one service measure that we're reporting will not be achieved for the year, which is service measure number 1, and this is because of the pause in the work for the regional policy statement following the legislative changes last year. So other than the one service measures, the remainder are on track. So I'll just hand over to Dave to a brief update on our financial performance.
Yeah, kia ora. My comments will be very brief, just in terms of navigation of the financial information within the report. So the pages 49 and 50, I think, have the full organisation financial update before dropping down into the core service financials. And just in the full organisation financial update, the surplus at the half year, which is end of Quarter 2, was 1.02 million better than forecast. And you'll note that consistent with the LTP, looking forward, the full year is actually planned to be a deficit, and at the last forecast reporting time, which was the 3+9 month, that deficit was looking forecast to be 2.4 million better than was what in the LTP. We're just going through a reforecast exercise as we speak, so we'll have that information soon. I won't talk to the detail in the core services financials, but hopefully you'll see the explanations that have been provided, and then we're happy to take any questions along the way on those core service financials.
So is there any questions of Dave and Carmen before we go on to each individual group? Councillor Southworth?
There's a comment in the report that says that it's common to sort of underspend at the front end of the year and then catch back up towards the latter end. And I mean, I don't know if that has any particular implications ultimately, since we do our budget and rates like once a year. But if that's a common pattern, would it not be normal to then adjust the way we structure everything in recognition of that to, you know, not always be behind at the start and at the back at the end? The whole point was to try to be accurate.
It's pretty early days here for me to comment on that, but I suspect that's what the forecast process seeks to achieve, and I take your point though.
I guess as a supplementary, so there's one specifically around in data information and vice expenditure being higher than forecast, and that's due to a resulting realignment of budgets as part of the science group restructuring, or changes in the science group structure. So where those types of larger changes are happening, even though we've done our LTP, we would look to work out how things need to be, and that stuff will all be sort of put right into following years hereafter. Is that reasonable to assume?
Yes, but that particular issue, I think, is one where the forecast had assumed an assumption around how costs were allocated, and that with a realignment in that area, the actuals are different. We are picking that up right now and adjusting that in the next forecast, which we're working through as I speak.
Tim, have you got something? Tim Davey, have you got some to add? Okay. Councillor Scott.
Thanks for this. And the first thing I'll say is that councillors get really excited where they see underspends, especially the one you've got in here over the whole organisation in this paper here. So, and I take on board that we're a wee way out, but we're closer to the target than we were at the LTP. So the adjustment to that is I'm really interested in that, because that then obviously can help us formulate where we ultimately need to be with the annual plan. And so this is just a comment. I'm not asking a question here. It'd be good to, as soon as we can get that information, be good to know that information.
Councillor Burns, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were wanting someone to move that we received the report, but I was very over anxious. I'm happy to move though.
Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, just on the deficit and surplus question. So the deficit largely is going to be because of the natural capital borrowing. There's a surplus, which Councillor Scott was just talking about, at the moment, which to me is what are we not delivering in terms of our promise to the communities in our LTP. But I'm not really getting any sense of the way that it's reported, and I don't necessarily want to answer to this now, but the way it's been reported here, I don't have any clear oversight over what's not being done versus because the budgets are kind of, when you're reporting the year-end deficit, it's kind of a little bit skewed because of that natural capital borrowing. So I'm not actually seeing, okay, so is there actual surplus to our deliverables versus just the paper accounting? And so I want to understand that far better into the next time you do this. I don't really care about paper reporting. I actually want to know what's been delivered and what's not been delivered. Thank you.
Okay, is there any more questions of Dave and Carmen? Claire, Councillor Mackay.
I was just going to check that my understanding around that surplus, it's definitely on page, the surplus that's showing up under ERP 54, on page 54, is basically what makes up the surplus in the financial of the three core services on the earlier page. What page is it? Page 49. That is correct, isn't it?
That one has the biggest impact.
Councillor Southworth.
So this is a topic specific one rather than general budget. So I can see you sit back, relax, and breathe now. On page, yeah, it's on.
Okay.
Oh, because I've got to sit close to it, do I?
Sorry, we were going to go through the core services.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yep. Sorry, I was just going to say that. So if there's, sorry to cut you off. So if there's no more questions of Dave and Carmen, we'll now go through each of the general managers will present their core service areas as follows. So environmental regulation and protection, call on Paul Hurst and Durthil Galay to present this report.
Kia ora and thanks for having us along this afternoon. There's been some clear progress being made. We've already identified the one service measure summarised in red on page 53 if we think of the image of red and green with all the other work being on track. I think a key point that's been discussed at the moment is around the budget, and one of the aspects where we are currently running under budget to where we had hoped to be relates to the biodiversity incentives work. That has two components to it. Part of that is the targeted rate for the Christchurch district, and there's an item at the 9.3 today on the agenda on an update on that, but we are behind delivery, if you like, on that, given it was a brand new piece of work and there was some things to set up and stand. And another aspect is in relation to our other biodiversity initiative, where we're under quarter 1 and 2, it took a little bit longer to get some of those grants and things out the door than it would traditionally traditionally have done, but that's all well underway now. So that's just highlighting from the some of the work in my area within ERP where it's impacting the financials. Do you have anything you want to?
Kia ora. Just the highlights, obviously, well documented, the removal of the backlog in December 2024, which the council well and truly supported, and also the compliance improvement programme is starting to make some noticeable improvements, and there's going to be quite a comprehensive update at the next regional delivery committee meeting as well on that matter. So probably best to, if there's any questions.
Are there any questions of Paul and Judith? Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you. The work on the RPS, the draft RPS, was suspended last year. Will we expect to see some budget benefits from not doing that work? And if so, how much? And if there is some money, will that impact on the proposed rate rise for the annual plan?
Thanks, Catherine.
The pause in the RPS plan will affect the budget that was put aside for the hearings process, which was spanning the 2 financial years, so mostly into the new financial year. So there is some savings, but they're small because it's a borrowing situation that are coming through in the annual plan process. So the savings are around the hearings process, which, without Andrew here, I think a lot of it sits in the coming financial year. Oh, so this current financial year. Yeah, it was. Sorry. It was going to happen in the middle of this calendar year. Yeah. And let me get back to you on some more detail.
Okay, but if we're not borrowing to do the work, then presumably there's a cost savings in interest rates alone. And I seem to remember that was several $1 million over the life of the RPS. So some of that must start to accrue, doesn't it?
Do you remember the numbers on that? Because that when we worked them through, they were quite small numbers because it was the interest on a smaller amount of the borrowing.
Sorry, I can comment. So we can find out for this particular financial year, but my understanding is what we've shown for the annual plan, it's 200,000. It's not a significant amount of money because it's the savings on the interest payments that we're not making. So we only draw down the funds as they are used.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions. Just quickly going back to page 46, item 10. And then I've got one question on the regulation. I'm just clarification on the report does not include reporting on progress towards achieving the outcomes sought by Environment Canterbury for environment and community. I'm just wondering what's meant by that and what does that mean?
So as councillors will recall, through the long-term plan process, we agreed some outcomes that we want to be able to measure our progress towards achieving those outcomes for the region. So we have 24 different outcome measures that staff are working hard to develop the methodologies for and establish the baselines from which we will start reporting against. So that work is underway and making good progress against all the 3 core services. We have a working group set up that will actually then look at how we take the methodology, the data, and turn that into the information and the reporting. We're aiming for that to be a digital reporting tool, so it will be online by September and accessible for the community as well as council. At the same time, we'll be reporting on the outcomes in a summary format in our annual report. So we have committed to doing annual reporting on the outcomes, that full suite of outcomes, but we won't be reporting on them in this quarterly report. So we are hoping to bring a briefing back to councillors in April to give you more information on what those baselines look like.
Okay, thanks for that. And presumably, once you've developed that methodology, that will save you time for the next year's information. Is it always going to be an annual report, or is there any chance of it being a half-yearly report or anything like that in terms of progress, how we're progressing?
We're still working through that, but some of it depends on if the data we use is ECAN data, and so it could be effectively feeding right through to the website on a continual basis. Some of it, if it's data pulled from other agencies, then we're restricted by the timeframes that they can provide us that information. So each different measure might have a different reporting frequency throughout the year, but we are committing to doing the full suite annually, both in the annual report as a summary, but online. So,
So my question related to environment regulation and protection refers to page 56 in the left-hand column. I'm wondering if you could just explain what the baseline reference is to me, it means, and what's it referring to. Obviously referring to the categories, but what's the process and the timeframes for developing those baselines?
I believe that one you're referring to is actually a service measure, which was the subject of a briefing last year. So I might hand that over to Paul. That's the service measure baseline, not one of the outcome baselines.
Yeah, kia ora. I think relates to Service Measure 5, and as you're quite correct, it breaks down the categories on page 55 through to 56, which is, and in terms of, there was an update given to the Regional Delivery Committee in November on the risk matrix and how we're developing that baseline. So as I said at the beginning of the meeting, there'll be an update on that work at the next RDC meeting. But at a high level, we're trying to work through categorising the inherent risk and management of risk. And so the inherent risk is could be looked at the size of an activity, the sensitivity of the environment that it's based on, the scale. So things like wastewater treatment plants being given kind of a higher inherent risk, and then looking at the management risk, and so previous non-compliances be a factor. And other data that's given us an indication of how well performance is. That's going to develop a baseline that we'll come back to. So we'll hint at how that's coming on in the next meeting, with the view that will be completed by the end of the financial year. That work will inform then the new baseline that we'll set.
Final question on page 53. Where it's the service performance. On Service Measure 13, in the long-term plan, it refers to a target of looking closely at 2 rivers or more. We're only reporting on 2 rivers. I'm just wondering about the or more, and are you looking on the periphery of this report trying to deliver the Ashley Rakahuri Braided River Revival Scheme? Is that the next cab off the rank kind of thing?
That's a good question. For the Rakahuri Revival strategy, the work on it began, and then it was paused while we engaged with our Runanga partners. At the moment, staff are focused on completing the Raki Tata strategy, and work has been progressed with the steering group, which includes the CEOs from district councils and other partners, and it's looking like that one will overtake the Rakahuri, but the intention is still to complete that once we engage further with Runanga.
Is there any more questions of Paul and Judith, Councillor Swiggs?
Page 67 of our report, it's so good to see the resource consent application process time ratio 1.45, which is excellent. It does lead me to the question of when we when the bell curve starts to go down, there might be not enough work for the amount of resource that we have doing the work. So is there any projections looking at that? Obviously we're putting a fair bit of rate money into that at this point in time. Where's the projections looking like in terms of when that bell curve starts to come down and we're over-resourced for the amount of consents coming in? Or is that even going to be a thing?
I think it's a really good question. I can't answer it in totality today, but I certainly could make that part of an update to the Regional Delivery Committee. You'll be aware, though, that the renewals will play a significant part of that. But I think it is part of our anticipation that will still be a heck of a load of work, that we'll still need the resource to do that. The other factor that will have an influence also is our consent and improvement programme, our sustainable consent improvement. So we'll see some efficiencies in that, and hopefully that will give us some opportunities to move resources into other areas potentially, or do something similar. So I'll leave it at that, but I think it's probably a good part of a report that I can bring in the future in terms of predictions and stuff like that. Yeah.
Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora. I just want to go back to the Rakuuri River. So you've moved on to the Rakitata, and the Rakiuri has actually been kind of deferred. Is that correct?
No, we're doing them concurrently.
So how's the relationship with Tuahuri?
We are currently asking them how they would like to re-engage on the strategy. So my understanding is they are supportive of our strategy, but we just need to re-engage with how we progress. There is a draft of the strategy that has been shared with them and developed initially, and then it got a few wobbles. So it's about how we progress that work further. There's a lot of interest in that work from Waimakariri District Council and the Zone Committee as well. So we agreed to pause it to give the Runanga time to catch up on how they wanted to progress that work.
Oh, thank you for that, because I think it's also part of the hangover from them withdrawing from Te Rōpūtuia, which is being addressed. Well, can't come up with a solution yet, but that's one of the things I think we need to actually discuss with them. Okay, thank you. Kia ora.
Is it David, Councillor East?
Thank you. I'd just like to address something in the authorisation, compliance and incident response. On page 55, we have a statement that at the end of November 2024, an important milestone was reached with the last of over 1,200 legacy applications addressed, with all either decided or with an action plan in place for reaching a decision. A little ambiguous, I suppose, in some respects. So I'd sort of like to know, we had 1,200 consents hanging out there. How many of them have actually been dealt with completely, and how many of them are still lingering with an action plan in place for reaching a decision? I still think our backlog of consenting is still an Achilles heel for us, and I'm interested in where we are actually at with our legacy consents.
Kia ora, Councillor. So we are, as we report, cleared the backlog, the 1,200 legacy consents, and the commentary relates to, you're quite correct. There are some that will still be for hearing, that will be going through the processes. I haven't got the actual numbers, but I can come back and provide that. But as far as the substantive work that we're responsible for, that's been completed, and it's now, like I say, there'll be a number that are awaiting hearings and conclusions.
So in terms of staff time that needs to be allocated to legacy consents, is there an element of staff time still ongoing, or are some of these either decided or with an action plan in the process of a hearing?
So there'll still be some staff responsible for ensuring that the legacy sense proceed through to the hearing. So there's some resources required to do that, but the substantive amount of staff will now be, as you see, progress in new applications. So, but I haven't got that split today. But again, I could provide that.
Is there any more questions of Carmen and Dave? Not sorry, of Judith and Paul. Sorry. If not, now we'll move on to ask Lee to come to the table and talk about community preparedness and response to hazards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regard to community preparedness and response to hazards, CPRH, you'll note that all the service level measures are green, so they're all on track there. I did just want to make a couple of comments in regards to the finance, since that's topical today. I just wanted to note that on page 59, it talks about an overspend in the Waimakariri Air Cust scheme, acronym WEC. That's actually an accounting error, so I just wanted to apologise. They're not actually overspent. That's to do with our asset replacement reserve, so they're actually on budget there. And the main small overspends in this core service are mainly due to labour vacancies, which are currently either in recruitment phase or about to be advertised. Just three highlights for the core service. You'll note Exercise Pandora, which was a huge success for the regional CDM team and our district council partners and wider partners late last year. Over 600 people participated in that regionally to prepare for a major earthquake. In regards to navigation safety, our harbours team's been very busy with a number of summer safety events involving a number of community groups, local radio stations for barbecues, as well as doing some great work with the Navy on life jacket checks and things like that. In the flood protection space, summer is a busy construction season, and we are, by the end of February, we would have broken earth on our 3 central government co-investment projects for the Regional Infrastructure Fund, which is Shane Jones's RIF is the acronym, and are continuing conversations with central government about possibly getting some more one-off money out of that, as well as continuing with Chair Pauling's leadership the conversation around a permanent pipeline and permanent investment and co-investment. So that is the summary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lee, for that report. Councillor Robinson, did you have a question?
Thank you for that. And I just want to congratulate you on Service Measure 26, Navigational Safety, 100% all round. I think that's quite incredible. Thank you for that. I just have a question with regards to the percentage baseline and percentage sort of progress on the flood and river resilience. It's just the only one empty of progress measure in there. So I'm just wondering if you have a progress, estimate even just on that. Thank you.
So the first one in regards to service level measure 19, so our asset inspections are currently 50% complete for our comprehensive schemes. So a comprehensive scheme is any of our big schemes with stop banks basically, and are well underway for our localised schemes, which are the smaller ones. We're hoping to get that number as close to 100% as possible by end of financial year. Really strong asset management is really important for co-investment, so our field teams are on track with that. The only risk to that is if we get a major flood event between now and then. So they're trying to get as many done as possible while the weather is fine. And the last one, the service measure 20, which relates to nature-based solutions, I think it'll be a smaller percentage. I don't have an estimate of what that is, but the team is working quite hard. It's mainly a desktop exercise as well as reporting digital data in the field. So I'd expect that baseline to start smaller but build every year.
Thank you, Lee. Councillor McKenzie.
I just wanted to comment again in navigation safety that over the summer period there were and congratulate Lee's team on reacting. The Jet Boat Association reflected on exposed railway arms, I think in the Waimak and the Rangitata rivers, and within a couple of days of notifying the issue, the problems were dealt with. And given, especially on the Waimak, the number that's the most popular jet boating river in New Zealand, responding quickly like that is really appreciated by the group, by the community. Yeah.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Just page 60 on the contaminated land issue, the Peel Forest Land Reclamation Project, or remediation project rather, MFE $6 million contribution, and it looks like in the little chart on page 59 that about 2.3 million has been spent. Have we received all of that money, or is it being fed to us as work proceeds?
That money goes to Timaru District Council, and we're supporting them in a technical capacity and with advice.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, possibly more of a council note for the chair, other than you directly, Lee. But I'm really interested in the deluge money, the Change Zones infrastructure money. And I guess one of the things that we need to ascertain is how that money has been spent across the distributed network across New Zealand, because that'll give us an indication of how willing they are to put their hands up. Have we got any clue at all about that?
Mr Jones indicated he would release 200 million for flood protection, and he's so far released 101. The South Island didn't get its fair share of that money. So part of the conversation we are having with MV Kanoa for the remaining 99, 98-ish is about fair regional distribution. And we're also asking the question of, is there further money above that? Because we understand that whole fund is 1.2. So given we've got so many projects ready to go, perhaps he could release some more money. So that conversation is definitely being heard, but it could, the more they hear it is good.
And, sorry, supplementary comment, more than the question, is that in the initial tranche of money that came to the regional council, there was some dissatisfaction in terms of the projects that were funded. So I guess you're looking at how you would put that case in terms of the stuff that is more important rather than, I guess, more popular.
So when we put forward our first tranche of projects, we did give it a priority order, and that wasn't taken regard of when they chose which projects. They didn't choose our first three, they chose the three they would like to choose. We've since gone back with the rest of the money we put forward and before the deluge and repackaged our projects. So we had one project in there that was a big $20 million one that we've split that up into 10 smaller projects and ranked them in order from 1 to 13. And part of the feedback to Kanoa and MB is around our priority order means something to us regionally, so please, if you're going to give us X funding, follow the numbers.
Councillor Swiggs.
Firstly, just thank you and pass on a congratulations and a thank you from the some of the Navy top fellas to the support that's been given on their RHIB. I mentioned it this morning, but you're right here now, so I thought I'd mention it to you now, and they're looking forward to the potential continuation of that and evolution about what that may look like. So that's really good work and good news and good feedback coming from them. So one question I did want to understand was the emergency works, the 0.67 million overspend at the moment that you've mentioned. Looks like that was Waimakariri Eri Cust. Was that work projected to be done sometime in the future, or is it? I just wanted to understand: is it a phasing thing, or is it something that wasn't expected?
That 6.4 million mentioned on page 59. That's the accounting error that I mentioned. So that's actually supposed to be money that went into our asset replacement reserve for CapEx. So that's misinterpreted error. But the the piece after that regarding to Waiaborn was an overspend with the committee's permission to use reserves due to some erosion damage along the Waiaufa.
Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora. Just a short one. I'll just follow on from ECAN's military attaché, and also say that mana whenua also, just want to acknowledge. I just think I'll do it on behalf of mana whenua and what you've done actually in that space. So kia ora to you.
Okay, councillors, is there any other questions of Lee before? Oh, no, thanks very much, Lee. We'll now call on Stuart Gibbon to talk about our favourite subject, public transport.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. It's my favourite subject too, funnily enough. I'll take the Q2 report for PT as read. Some highlights in there for us for the last quarter. We had a successful round of consultation on the regional public transport plan last quarter, and so the next steps for that, which is outlined in the next paper, to distill the feedback for the review committees to provide some recommendations back to council. We launched the trial of Motu Move on Route 29 last quarter, and that's been going very, very well. Council will get a briefing on that tomorrow to give you some insights into more detail as to how that trial is going and what's happening with Motu Move. We've seen the continued good patronage growth on our network for quarter two, and I'll touch on that a little bit more on the next item when we go into a little bit more detail about the Q1, Q2 activities. The finances are tracking well for public transport year to date, which we're very pleased about given the various interruptions we've had so far this year. And finally, total mobility continues to see significant growth in the consumption rate of that service. And again, there's more detail about that in the next item. So I'll be happy to take questions.
Councillor Swiggs.
Good on you. I'm not sure whether I should ask about the total mobility now or in the next paper. Maybe are you presenting the next one, or is it? Because I'm just worried about
I am.
Oh, okay. So I'm just worried about the overspend in the total mobility, and that you've mentioned it there. So, what are we doing about reining that in? That's having a huge impact on our annual plan deliberations, quite considerable actually. So what is going on behind the scenes to rein that in at the moment? And I've got another question about the private revenue target that you've mentioned in this report as well. So where are things at with that?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. In regard to total mobility, there's not too many levers available to public transport authorities to rein in consumption rates of total mobility. As a national scheme, the rules that are put in place for total mobility nationally is that there is no constraint on a community member's ability to access and consume total mobility. If they have a need for a trip and can afford to do that trip, then they are entitled to take that trip. So the levers that we have as a public transport authority is to change the ratio of subsidy that is applied. And as council is aware from previous briefings, the key driver of this significant change in consumption has been the additional 25% subsidy applied by central government almost 2 years ago now. Firstly, through the Community Connect program as a response to post-COVID, and then more recently it's been made permanent through the current government. So that extra 25%, which means that users get a 75% subsidy now, has made total mobility significantly more affordable for consumers, and thus they are consuming more. So from a PTA's point of view, we are keenly awaiting the output of the Ministry of Transport review of total mobility to understand what different policies they might want to put in place around total mobility usage, recognising that government also are seeing a significant increase in subsidy from their side of the fence as well. So the PTAs are not the only ones that are dealing with this. So as I say, to sum up, there's really not too many levers for us to pull at the moment, with the exception of reducing the level of subsidy that we provide, and that would obviously need to go through council process.
Thank you for that, Stuart. Councillor Scott, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I was all prepared to have a question, but Lieutenant Swiggs has taken my ear right out of my sails, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks for that, Corporal. Councillor Davies.
There's probably a question more for Len and his team, but just 800 seems like a really good number of submissions. Did we have like a number that we wanted to achieve? Did we surpass that? And also, you won't have this on you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to preempt my questions this morning, but the kind of number of submissions for the last RPTP, just to see, how well this one worked and the success of the campaign and the Pets on Buses hook.
Yes, look, I don't have the details at hand, but I can obtain those. The Pets on Buses community engagement, you might recall we did that independently prior to the RPTP going out. So council received some briefings on that last year. But yes, I can collate some more information on the comparison between the two RPTP engagements.
And I just think I found an error on page 73 around the indicators. It just around the safety incidents per 100,000 trips. I believe that the 1.8 per 100,000 in 24-25 quarter one, that's 141 incidents rather than 41.
Okay, I'll have to look into that. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up, Joe. Councillor Southworth.
Cool. Kia ora, Stuart. I've got a question on the financials. Oh, and I've just lost it. I've just whizzed right to the end. In the financials table, and I'll re-find my place. There's a variance between two items, which are almost like a equal and opposite. Hang on, let me find. Sorry, I'm trying to do things online and then it disappears. Here we go. Right, so on the page with the big colours and attachment 9.11. It is a big page with lots of colours, and there's a big top left financials table, and there's a variance between community transport services and PT supporting services, and they're almost equal and opposite in the scale of one under and one over. And I'm just wondering, is there a relationship between those, or is that just coincidental? And or is there some other?
It's coincidental. They're two quite different activities. Community transport is total mobility and vehicle trusts. Public transport supporting services is all the support functions that we offer, metro staff, metro, etc., and the corporate support elements for public transport, technology, all those items.
Okay.
So they're not related to each other.
I'd hope they might be, because they're both quite big variations. And I'm just wondering, is there something that we need to take, or is there something the team's taking away from that level of variation in terms of what we're doing, and is there a change required around that?
Right. Well, the community transport variation, as we've just talked about, is driven by the total mobility consumption rate.
Yeah.
So I'll need to provide some more detail around the PT Sporting Services item.
Yeah, because they're obviously important as well, and they're quite underspent. And so I'd be interested to know what that means, or if it's having an impact or if it's not noticed. Either way, that's an important thing to understand.
Sure. Sure.
Then there's later on, we've got, I think it's in the quarterly update, there's the network optimization work described. And I'm wondering, is that...
Sorry.
Oh, am I on another thing?
Have we skipped a paper? We're still... You're a paper ahead.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
We're on...
Sorry, it's so late in the afternoon, I thought we must be there already. Sorry.
So I was just about to bring that to attention. Councillor Swiggs.
You didn't answer my question before around the
private revenue.
NZTA, private revenue. That's the biggest risk to our potential revenue and rates at the moment.
Yes, so as Council will recall, last year NZTA introduced an expectation of PTAs to improve their private revenue contribution to public transport and created a new measure called private revenue ratio and set some targets which were quite challenging for PTAs across the country, including Environment Canterbury. Subsequent to those targets being announced, public transport authorities and regional councils collectively engaged with the then Minister Simeon Brown, who's the Ministry of Transport, and agreement was reached to provide some more time for us to evaluate the implications of that measure and those targets and how we might get there. So we were given some extra time until the end of last month, January, to provide NZTA with some preliminary indications around what we might think would be achievable. And we've done that based on our LTP as a starting point. And then there is more work for officers to do now to identify potential stretch opportunities to improve our revenue. And we have a briefing booked in with Council on the 27th of February, I believe, to engage and get feedback from you around possible stretch targets and activities and interventions we might undertake to support those targets. And once we've had feedback from Council on that briefing in February, we'll then finalise a paper for Council to endorse at the end of March, targets that we will then provide to Whakakapi.
Thanks, Stuart. Councillor Southworth, are you on the right page now?
Apologies. Sorry. So I can ask, could we have a little bit extra information, if there is any, since the paper was put together, on the bike racks and on the cruise ship season and how that's going? So it's page 64.
Sure, there's a briefing tomorrow for Council, and both those topics are included in that briefing, which will provide you some good insight and detail about those two items.
Fabulous. And that's publicly accessible?
Yes, it is.
Briefing as well,
Yes,
isn't
it
it?
is.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Is there any more questions? If not, Carmen and Dave, you can leave the table. Thank you. Now I'll call on someone to move these two motions. Thanks, Claire. Thanks, Councillor Davies. Is there, are we going to move them both or one? Are the mover and second is happy? Not. Okay. So, okay, is there any discussion? If not, all those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Carried. Right, we go on to the second one. Endorse the service measures performance and financial performance and other key achievements. Thanks, Councillor Mackay. Seconder, Councillor East. Any discussion? Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to commend the staff on a really good report, very clearly laid out. I just wanted to pick up on some issues on page 66, which describes some other council activities in terms of a summary. And it's a reflection of the extent of work that we've undertaken, certainly in these last few months of quarter one and quarter two. Namely, we received in October the annual report, an annual report summary from Audit New Zealand, and that was an unmodified report in terms of our financial reporting. And we're waiting for the final report with I think next week. I also wanted to highlight the fact that there was a raft of submissions that Council has been engaged in across these 2 quarters as well, including our submission on the principles of the Treaty Waitangi Bill in December. Also, in particular, new things for us were the partnering, the memorandum of understanding entered into with Lincoln University for cooperation, if you like, collaboration on issues related to the environment especially. So that was pretty good too. And of course, we've been looking at the annual plan and 2 really important pieces of work that's received great comment across the political spectrum. And one of them is the Canterbury Climate Action Plan and the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan, which are now underway across Canterbury. I just wanted to highlight those.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Yes, just regarding council, the other council activities, just a concern I was going to bring up, however, I'll just discuss it now. Regarding Service Measure 12 and natural inland wetlands physically assessed, I just note that the government has requested that Policy 3.22 of our NPS for freshwater management has been altered to include natural inland wetlands and an exemption to their protection when necessary for the extraction of minerals and coal. I'm concerned on that direction by government, and that we won't achieve any targets in that area further to the expected target, and that basically we're going to lose sight of what is necessary to increase the protections on those wetlands based on government direction. So I think we've really underestimated what we really should be doing and what we need to be doing with regards to that. Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame that the government basically pushed for us to do that, and that we did not submit on the minerals and extraction submission process. So basically we've chopped our nose off to spite our face, and I feel very quite sad about that. So good luck to the wetlands. Let's hope there's no coal or minerals under them.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Do the mover and seconder want to speak to the motion? If not, all those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Sorry, I lost my place momentarily too. Now move on to 9.1, public transport. Question 1 and question 2 report, and I'll ask Stuart Gibbon to come forward and present this report to us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This report provides Council with a more detailed update on the activities that have been undertaken in the public transport core service across this fiscal year. I'll take the report as read, but in particular, I'd just like to draw your attention to a couple of things and then open to questions. You'll note the inclusion as an attachment of a report called the Ministerial Expectations Quarter 2 report. This is an example of a significant increase in the level of oversight being placed on public transport authorities by government and thus NZTA, and as a condition of the funding that we receive through the National Land Transport Fund, that we are now required to provide quarterly updates based on this template provided to us by NZTA. So this is one of a number of additional reporting expectations being placed on our organisation to meet. So it's useful information. There's nothing in that report from Council's point of view that should be new or a surprise to you. Essentially, we're just summarising where we're at, whether in terms of our delivery and activity on our work program that aligns with government's expectations to provide funding to us. As I mentioned before, it's good to note that patronage continues to grow positively in Greater Christchurch and in Timaru. But what we have noted in the last 2 months, November and December in particular, that growth has attenuated down quite a lot as we get to around about 18 months of our flat fare trial. We've had our primary sort of bump in patronage now, and so it's starting to the curve is starting to flatten out in terms of what we can expect to achieve from that lower flat fare offering. And Council is aware that we're looking to change our flat fare at the start of the next fiscal year. So they've already made that decision to help drive our private revenue aspects. I think it's also worth noting the significant amount of activity that's been undertaken in the public transport area in the last 2 quarters, focused primarily on ensuring we are delivering on the activities approved in the long-term plan by Council, but also responding in an agile way to changes from government expectations that have come through in the last wee while. And then thirdly, having to respond to unexpected disruption in the industry, such as bike rack issues. And so those things obviously consume a reasonable amount of time from our resource as we pivot them away from their primary focus of delivering on the long-term plan to deal with these unexpected activities. It's useful also to note a significant success point in quarter 2 was receiving approval for funding for Route 7 service uplifts. And you'll be getting an update on that tomorrow at the public transport briefing. So we're very, very excited to get that funding approved. And I've talked about private revenue already, and as I said, there's a briefing on that in more detail on the 27th of February. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Stuart. Councillor Davies, do you have a question?
I was just going to wonder if maybe Vicky wanted to, because she kind of started before.
I can pick back up on the question I started, if that's helpful, which was on the network optimization. Like it's actually in 2 parts, in 2 parts of the tables. I think it's quarter 1 and then quarter 2, and
yes.
And so in quarter 2, page 92. And also on page 86, but on page 92 actually is an amber status and flagging concern around funding availability, which sort of gets. My question was because it sounds eminently sensible, focus on low and zero cost approach to making our network work really well for people without spending too much money. And I'm wondering, was that what we were putting? Because we put 400k into this year, I believe, for network. Rest of network, doing a rest of network review. And is that the same as network optimization, or the two sort of are linked and feed in together? And if not, then where's the rest of network work at? Or if they are sort of combined, how is, what's the fund, where's the funding gap? Because we put 400k aside for what I thought might be this piece of work, but.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So two topics that you've raised here, Vicky. The network optimisation is a specific activity which was approved through our long-term plan process and through the NLTP continuous program funding. We had $1 million allocated in there, 49% of that being local share. And the focus of that is to see what level of improvement we can make to our existing network with minimum or no funding required. So an example of that would be changing the anti-clockwise timetable for the orbiter, which will also be covered in the briefing tomorrow with Council to improve the reliability of that service. So that's an example you'll hear about tomorrow. So our focus there is, as I say, zero or low cost interventions we can do to the network by either tweaking our timetable or repositioning a vehicle asset from one route to another to improve its capacity, things like that. The rest of network item that you refer to relates to the PD Futures work program and the next phase of the business case process. And Council will be aware we didn't get funding for the business case process for PT Futures in this NLTP. And so Council has approved us using local share to carry on with that work. So the rest of network is not focused on low or zero cost interventions. It's focused on a service review of the network that is not encompassed by our core routes, to understand what opportunities we have to improve the level of service on those 2-digit and 3-digit routes on our network. So that is focused on the business case phase that we'll be doing over the next 18 months.
Thank you.
Councillor Davies.
Just regarding Te Kaha One New Zealand Stadium, has modelling been done to estimate the maximum capacity needed for a sold-out event, and how does this compare to current network capacity during peak times?
Yes, so Council, we've had a couple of briefings on this topic last year. So we have done some modelling looking at what the expectations are from CCC and the entity that's looking after the change. So they've looked at 3 different types of events. Major sports events, up to 35,000 people, or major events, may not be sports, of 35,000 people. Super Rugby event, which might have 30,000 people, and then smaller events. And so for each of those event scenarios, they modelled the ratio of how people might travel to Te Kaha. And one of those travel modes obviously was public transport. And in their modelling, they assumed that 19% of patrons might wish to use public transport. And so our modelling identified a demand level. So for example, for a major event of 35,000 people, 19% would see a 6,500 demand rate on PT in the evening when that event finishes. And so our modelling has told us that our network, as it currently stands, is not capable of sustaining that level of demand. And Council might recall us talking to you about different ways of dealing with that risk. To meet that level of demand, we'd need to increase the capacity on our network, and that costs money. And there is no funding in the NLTP to do that. so he carries the risk of that. So our engagement and conversations with the Te Kaha folk is really about, well, how can the event contribute to the costs of standing up more capacity in public transport to enable the event to be successful and members of our community to have a good experience. This is not an unusual arrangement. This happens in Auckland, happens in Wellington, happens in cities around the world where the venue provides a portion of ticket sales to support the cost of additional capacity on public transport. So our modelling tells us for events that are small to medium, if we were to run our network at its peak capacity and do that in the evening, then we're likely to have sufficient capacity for around 12 to 15% of the patrons who might attend that event. If we wanted to achieve 19%, then we would need to find more vehicles, and that could be done through the commercial operators, and so running park and ride services and things like that. And they might be best run by the event organiser, or Environment Canterbury could provide that service for a fee. And so we need to now tie this conversation to this wider expectation on public transport authorities to improve their private revenue share. And so the whole purpose of that is to find other sources of private funding to pay for the utilisation and expansion of public transport. And so events such as, or centres such as Te Kaka are a good example of where, well, perhaps they should be contributing more to the cost of running that event and getting people to the event than just leaving it up to the ratepayer and the taxpayer.
Supplementary. So, yeah, first supplementary is, how confident are you that we're going to be at that 19% capacity in 500 days? And secondly, is the City Council doing modelling around the overflow, the human behaviour, what will happen on the streets around the stadium and the interchange, as we know that there will be people in this area and that we're so close to the stadium site?
Yes, well, the 19% that I mentioned came from modelling from the City Council, so they have done modelling, and they've based that on utilisation rates from other event centres. One of the things that the city is, and we all hope will occur, is when an event is finished, a significant proportion of patrons might remain in the CBD and avail themselves of all the entertainment and eating facilities in the CBD, and that will significantly reduce the peak demand on public transport, for example, because the demand on us will be spread over a longer period of time. So if that were to occur, then our need to stand up a significant step change in capacity gets attenuated a little bit. But we can't control what people do after the event, so we have to be ready to respond. And your question about, do we have confidence that we will be able to respond? At this stage, we don't, because we don't know where the money is going to come from to pay for that response. And so once we have certainty on how that response is going to be funded, then we can have more confidence in our ability to respond.
Stuart, if you do the quick maths, 35,000 people, 19% of that is 6,650 people. 50 people per bus, yes. That's 133 buses.
That's correct.
I mean, that puts huge pressure on the system.
Yes, and reckon particularly if all those 6,500 people want to get on the bus at the same time.
Yeah, in 5 minutes.
That's the challenge that we have. Yes.
Is there any more questions? Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to come back to that subsidy for total mobility. I'm not completely happy with the response that I'm hearing about, just we can't do anything because the subsidy is a subsidy. But I'm just looking at the cost increase here from 3 years ago, $10, and now it's $23. That's the subsidy that we're giving per trip. And I know that you mentioned before about the only lever that we have to pull would be to reduce our subsidy. I really, given all of our other cost pressures, I think we need to start considering something here. But I don't know the mechanism to actually get that information so that we can make a considered decision as a council, whether I provide an amendment here to say, can we have information provided to us about the subsidy for total mobility, or whether we just can get that back so that we can actually consider those options as a council, because this is completely unsustainable, and I don't think it's the intent of the service, and I am concerned about the integrity of the service as well. So I'm not really happy about providing the amount of money that we are to a service that I'm questioning on the integrity of it in the first place.
Yeah, so we can certainly allocate some of our resources to looking at what the options are and the implications of reducing the ECAN subsidy component. Prior to the government extension of 25%, making the subsidy 75%, total mobility patrons enjoyed a 50% subsidy of taxi trips. And of that 50%, 60% of it is provided by NZTA and 40% of it by ECAN. So our contribution is around that sort of 40% mark. So we can certainly look at options to reduce that component, but recognising that there's still a significant level of subsidy coming from central government. So one other lever that public transport authorities could pull is to opt out of the Community Connect subsidy for total mobility, the government subsidy. So the council could choose to say, well, we don't want Canterbury to enjoy that subsidy from government. And I've mentioned that to council before, that is an option for you to consider.
Right. Well, I'm not sure. I don't really want to put an amendment onto the table, but through our annual plan process, I think if we can get some very strawman kind of understanding of those numbers around our subsidy, that would be quite useful, because we're proposing to put an extra $1.2 million, which is over a 1% rate increase just on the service alone. So, this is concerning me.
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs, for raising that point. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to refer to page 79, Stuart, and the concession split information that you've got. Just wanted to note the increases of patronage related to the Super Gold Card, the youth and teens. The Super Gold Card users, in terms of the way that we have improved their accessibility by extending those hours and not being so restrictive about when they can and can't board a bus. Is that reflective in the data that you have in terms of increasing in patronage for the elderly outside that time frame that used to be in place?
Yes, as council will recall, there used to be a window of free use for Super Gold between 9 a.m. and I think it was 4 p.m. in the afternoon, or 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and then outside those hours, Super Gold customers had to pay the standard adult fare. And so Environment Canterbury Council endorsed a change to enable Super Gold users to have free access to public transport after 9 a.m. So that afternoon period and evening period was made free. And so that's the main change that's happened for that cohort of our community. Of course, cost of living has been a significant influencer of how that cohort of our community choose to travel. So while we can say that removing the afternoon evening boundary for free travel has had a positive impact, so too has cost of living driven an increase in use of public transport by that group of the community.
Thanks. Supplementary. There's two descriptions there. Under the adult category, there's a item about youth, and there's obviously an increase in patronage through youth. And then under the child category, there's another category called teen, and again showing an increase. How are they? Is that an age group thing?
Yes. So teen is up to the age of 18. And then youth is 19 to 24-year-olds.
Thank you.
So youth used to fall into the adult category before these different concession arrangements were put in place.
Thank you.
So they would have paid an adult fare. And so now they are currently enjoying the under 25 concession.
Thanks. I'm also looking at the concession split with total mobility, with a fairly dramatic increase in the numbers of patrons or the numbers of visits in terms of being usage from about 7,000 to 11,000. The total mobility support figures are pretty much the same across those two years. What is that telling us about the relationship between the total mobility and the total mobility support? Does that mean that more people are going at it themselves, they're doing their own thing?
Yeah, so that's a good notice of a change there. So council, when we did our started our fair trial 18 months ago, we introduced the opportunity for total mobility customers to re-engage with public transport at a reduced fare, and also recognise that one of the reasons why some total mobility customers might not be using public transport is they needed a support person to help them to travel. And so the concession arrangement that council put in place made it that their companion could travel for free. So that wasn't a cost barrier to enable those total mobility customers to use public transport. So that's the differentiation between those two groups. The total mobility numbers reflect a total mobility customer, and the support is their support person who travels for free. Again, I would say that cost of living will have had an influence on the increased utilisation of that offering from Environment Canterbury. It actually can be seen as quite freeing for people to re-engage with typical transport mode options such as public transport. And so we know that some total mobility customers actually really enjoyed being able to use the bus because they feel more part of the community, and to be able to bring their support person along with them has really made quite a difference to their life, if you like.
Chair, just the last one. In terms of what you're saying there, has the people who do the data research for us, have they asked the question of the total mobility people about their general well-being and improvement to their well-being? Is that something that is one of the test questions?
I don't know the answer to that, Grant. I'd need to check that.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, team, conscious of time, is there any more discussion? If not, could we ask Stuart to step down from the table?
Got it, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart, for your time. And the motion, I asked someone to move that we to move the following motion, number 1, which is attachment 9.2.1, number 2, attachment 9.22, number 3, which is attachment 9.23, and number 4, which is attachment 9.2.4. Do I have someone to move that? Thank you, Councillor Edge, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Davies.
Can I just note that the numbers have been changed 9.1 point rather than 9.2 point?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
It's just an update we just realised was wrong.
I am partially blind in one eye. That might explain it. That's why I'm from Canterbury. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favour say aye. Anyone against? The motion is carried. Okay, we move on to 9.2, Regional Delivery Committee resolution, status report, February 2025. And I'll ask Teflon to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. This should be very quick. Just a quick reminder that this report includes any resolutions from the previous meeting and then anything that's still outstanding from any meetings prior to that. So there's nothing outstanding from prior meetings. These are all the ones from the last meeting and they're all complete.
Okay, thanks, Teflon. Is there any questions of clarification? If not, I'll put this motion and then there'll be the opportunity for discussion that the Regional Delivery Committee notes the status of the previous resolution provided by the Regional Delivery Committee, Resolution Status Report, February 2025. Do I have a mover? Okay, I'll move it as the chairman, and thanks Chairman Pauline for seconding it. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, we move on to 9.3 now. And I'll call on Alex Morgan, team leader, strategy and planning, who's online. Sean Burkett and Carl Diamond, Manager of Biodiversity and Biosecurity.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that you can all hear me?
No, we can't.
Needs to be a bit louder.
Bit louder out.
Bit louder? I might have to yell. Better? Excuse me. Excellent. Okay, I'll head off. I'll just quickly introduce this paper and then open it up to questions. Just take the quick opportunity to talk through some of the information in there. So as you'll be aware, councillors approved the Christchurch Banks Peninsula Targeted Biodiversity Rate as part of the Long-Term Plan 2024. And since that long-term plan has come into effect, staff have been tasked with operationalising that new rate and delivering on the desired outcomes attached to it. I take a brief moment here just to thank the operations team for making huge headway on this significant investment in such a short period of time. I think Jude, who was in the room earlier, alluded to that as one of your previous items. The consultation material and final long-term plan contain some high-level guidance about this rate, its intent and objectives. And the primary objective from that rate has been to enhance the landscape scale Indigenous biodiversity outcomes in the Christchurch district, with a focus on working with the community and local groups to protect priority habitats. I think it's been a new piece of work for this organisation, and so staff have had to stand it up in year one. And given that sort of relatively constricted time frame and the desire to make progress in year one, we've had to make some sort of pragmatic decisions around the year one funding implementation in accordance with the limited time frames. And as part of that sort of decision making, attempted to balance the effectiveness, efficiency, and the biodiversity outcomes sought against the community involvement components. As I've sort of noted in the paper there, staff developed an initial series of proposals for distributing that targeted rate, and we sort of discussed and refined those options with councillors Ward, Southworth and Pauling, and we ultimately arrived at and began to operationalise the 4 key work streams that I won't get into right now, but I'm happy to take questions on that are described in greater detail in that paper. I'd like to briefly talk about what's to come, and that is the funding that's been allocated to deliver what we've called the foundational work, and that's what we're calling the work that's necessary to ensure the long-term success of this rate. We're trying to treat this sort of as a multi-year, 10-year investment, and so we're pitching this foundational work as a one-off investment to establish and lock in place the objectives and strategic guidance for the rate, as well as an implementation pathway for staff so that we can operationalise it year on year. The intent there to enable us to deliver that rate in accordance with agreed strategic outcomes, to maximise the biodiversity gain that we get for the invested money, and to enable both multi-year planning and funding that would ensure operational efficiency. That is to say, we're empowering our staff to deliver on an agreed plan rather than chasing our tails trying to create a new plan each year. The project and outcome monitoring required to gauge the success of the rate on an ongoing basis will also be confirmed by the foundational work and, if agreed, likely be resourced from that rate funding in future years. So I guess the thing to note there is that it's the intent for councillors to be directly involved in that strategic guidance setting for the rate so that we're all clear on what's expected and how and where we're heading. And given the nature of that strategy type of work, it's proposed that that occurs through the work of the Strategy and Policy Committee in the coming months. I note that not all of the projects in there have as much detail as some of the others, and that's due to their various stages of being implemented and some of the sensitivities we have around the agreements that are in place. But I think the commitment is that once we've finalised our projects and we have a full picture view of what's happened in year one, we'll be able to provide a more comprehensive overview of where and what the rate has funded. I'm happy to take some questions, but do note that you've got some staff in the room with you from the operations team who should be able to address questions specifically relating to some of the projects and delivery of this work.
Sorry, have you got anything to add, Carl?
No, nothing to add from myself.
Councillor McKenzie?
Just briefly, and this is no way a criticism of the way it's being spent, but the grant funding for permanent protection by covenant, when you're dealing with QE2 and BC Banks Minister Conservation Trust, two organisations with very good track record of delivering outcomes with funding that we or anybody else gives them. I was interested in the comment that they put forward projects and then our staff have what do you say? You've gone and assessed what they proposed. I guess my question is that necessary, and what proportion of the $1 million has gone into our staff vetting projects that have been put forward by organisations with a very good track record of doing stuff on, for the environment?
Cool. To answer the portion of the $1 million, none of that went to our staff vetting. The reason there was a process was the number of potential covenants that came into the organisation exceeded the amount of funding that we had available. So we had to prioritise and look at what we could do with the funding we had available.
If I may, to follow this line, even if it didn't come from $1 million, if staff are assessing the projects or setting priorities when we could have, did you consider just trusting QE2 and Banks Minister Conservation Trust to put forward their highest priorities in terms of covenanting land?
Through the chair, we had to prioritise what came in the door. We had too much come in the door for us to be able to give funding to everything. So we definitely give acknowledgement to the experience that QE2 and BPCT have. Unfortunately, we couldn't provide funding for all of it. So we had our own staff do a review of what was proposed and look at which aligned with what we're trying to achieve in terms of biodiversity on Banks Peninsula.
So you weren't assessing their recommendation, you were assessing the merits of what they were asking for against other projects, not against projects that they were putting forward, is what you're saying?
I'm saying we had a ring-fenced amount available for covenanting, and what came in the door was more than what we had ring fenced, which meant we couldn't accept all of it.
Purposes between the answers and the questions. Here.
See, Alex wants to answer as well, so I'll just see what he's got to say in.
I might be able to help. But just that the model between ourselves, the Queen Elizabeth II Trust and Banksminister Conservation Trust is highly collaborative. So the assessment occurred together. So our staff will be in the field with some of those organisations' reps, and we have relationships at the national offices for QE2 and on the ground. So the assessment occurred partly through the ongoing existing strong relationships that our staff have with the reps and sometimes with the landowners, mostly just to validate that the project assessment stuff, mostly just to validate for any sort of risk assessment and to make sure that the projects are aligned with the intent and function of the rate as well, in the same way that we assessed some of the projects that came in the other door. So it wasn't a massive sort of ECAN-driven process. Like, we obviously took the lists of the live projects that those organisations sent to us, but it was a highly collaborative approach where we sat down together and we talked through some of these things, tried to distribute that funding equally across the organisations, and as Carl said, taking in mind those actual like total quantum of money constraints, how could we best distribute it to get those landscape scale biodiversity outcomes.
Cool. Thanks for that.
Thanks for that, Alex. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, so there's this year there was 150,000 put aside for foundational work, and I think the purpose that's in its name, foundational. So is there an expectation? I think through conversations I've established that we are looking with this project to sort of get good baselines of where we're at, so that we can track how effective this rate is and the work that we do with the community organisations and so on. Of course, monitoring and mapping that will have costs associated with it. But do we expect that 150 grand to come down though after we've done this foundational part, and therefore have more money to be able to put into the actual actions? Is that an expectation?
Absolutely. I'm anticipating. My dear hope is that we set up the framework for this to be successful. Like I said, it will be at least 9 years, according to the long-term plan as it's currently written, of project work. We want to get the process in place now, and we want to do it once, and we want to do it right, because we'd love for this to be a model of biodiversity investment that we can sort of learn from, and potentially other communities might find it that there's sort of interest in that space. So, but I don't think it's a sustainable model to say, hey, look, year on year we're going to tweak around what we're trying to achieve and hope we want to do. And biodiversity projects often take multi-year funding to be successful. And we talk about the need to be, once you're in, right? Like, some of these things need ongoing continual investment to be successful. So we want all of that stuff to be put in front of you as councillors, and I've talked about that opportunity to come, have all those conversations. We want to do it once right, and we've missed it for year one because we had the sort of pressure to get some funding out the gate. And this money, to answer your question more directly, yes, is anticipated in the way that it's described there as the foundational work as a one-off investment. That said, what we anticipate the need for that foundational work to tell us is what degree of monitoring is required so that we can be transparent and confident in both the project outcomes and the environmental outcomes that we're hoping to achieve with these landscape scale biodiversity outcomes. And that will inevitably require some degree of ongoing monitoring component and investment that I anticipate will have to come out of the Christchurch targeted rate quantum. To what extent, I don't know, but I don't imagine it would be at that 150k level. So this sort of strategic tactical work, one off, get it right, and let's get it implemented and ongoing, and then tell us what we need to monitor in future. But we don't, hopefully, avoid the need to keep relitigating what this fund is hoping to achieve.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex, for that. Any other questions to Councillor Southworth? If not, Councillor Davies.
Just, do you have an idea of the number of hectares that were protected by covenant through these projects?
I can answer that one. So in terms of the BPCT covenants, we will protect 161 hectares, and in terms of the QE2 covenants, 464 hectares.
Of those 8 projects and of those that land mass, what do you have an idea of the split between Banks Peninsula and Christchurch that's not Banks Peninsula?
So the exact splits, we don't have that, but what we do have is in terms of the approach that we took, we undertook a focus on biodiversity values. We've got projects in Brooklands on the city side of the Port Hills. We've got an activator role, a pest-free activator role that'll cover the whole district. The majority of projects probably have landed on the peninsula, but we do have a mix across the greater area.
In terms of the initial triage, who was involved with that?
So in terms of the process that was undertaken, so there were steps to it. Obviously, we received a number of applications. There was an immediate review of what fell within scope. From there, our subject matter experts undertook a little bit of scoring or a project in terms of the criteria. And then it went to a panel. On that panel was myself, Emma Davies, and Terry Van Halen. We then went through and came up with the top priority projects that we've seen in terms of the available money, the envelope. That then went as a recommendation on to the Director of Operations, who signed it off. Alex has something to add.
Alec?
I just add because I think it's the word triage that's maybe causing some nervousness there. That was literally that first step of evaluating the applications that we got against the criteria and ensuring that those applications were eligible and valid to receive funds, and if not, returning back to the people that had put those applications in to seek further information. It's kind of an administrative step.
Thanks, Alex, for that. Councillor McKenzie.
Well, just to follow up to Joe's very good question about how much land was covenanted, there seemed to be substantially more land covenanted under QE2 for less money than Banks Peninsula. Is that just the nature of the covenants, or is that because they have a different way of assisting with the funding of new covenants?
I don't actually have a nice succinct answer for you there, sorry, Ian. I don't know if, Alex, you have anything to add to that?
I can't speak to the specific projects, but in general, yes. Often what this funding goes to do is to help put the fencing in place to guarantee the sort of physical protection of these properties. As I'm sure you're aware, fencing in different parts of the countryside can incur significant costs based on what you're trying to dig a fence post into and where you're trying to run a line. So, yeah, it'll be a mixture of those sorts of things, as well as some of the bits of land might require some initial, more significant uplift or remediation to get them into a suitable state.
I mean, and the only reason for the question, and it's not important that it's answered now, is if it gives us any advice as to where to invest money in the future for this fund and any other funds, really.
Thank you. Councillor Burns, do you have a question? Okay. Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora, Alex. I was going to say Neil, Carl. Hey, yeah, that's an interesting word triage, isn't it? And particularly when you're looking at this, around priorities. How many of these funding allocations are actually Runanga based?
3 applications came in from Ngāti Wheki. None of the 3 made the 8 that we funded. There was a total of 24 unsuccessful applications that came in, so there was significantly more projects came in than what we were able to fund.
Yeah, I understand that. And congratulations. Anyway, I mean, at least we got it going. So I just want to move supplementary to around this triage thing. So Te Hapua Ngāti Wheke, yep, we're talking about fanworm. Okay, so the triage thing is that this one here, there's actually an emergency on this thing. Yeah, I know that. So I'm just wondering if in the next, so you're talking about the foundation and all that. When you prioritise these things, will that actually have some real kind of substance to it around what's the priority and how do you work that through?
I'll pass that to Alex.
Alex.
Yep, kia ora. Yes, that's exactly the intent for this foundational work. We'd like to be abundantly clear on what those objectives and priorities are so that we can design and deliver a work program that effectively achieves those. There is, as you've seen in the sort of allocations of funding that we've put into year one, multiple different ways to attack this biodiversity investment. You can split the pie in all sorts of different ways. One of the things I'm hoping that we get out of our foundational work is a bit of good advice about, well, what might this council do if it put everything else aside and said our landscape scale biodiversity outcome is the single most important thing? What work might that lead us towards? But I'm not going to sit here and preempt the answer to what that sort of question might be, because the operational element of this will only become clear once we've worked through you as a council about those strategic outcomes that we're trying to seek and achieve. Just as an aside as well, through that foundational work, also anticipate the need to be talking with the Runanga based in the Christchurch district about their priorities so that we can have a really well-informed position about what the priorities are in the district.
Thank you. Any more, just Genevieve?
Hi, thank you. Just a clarification question with regards to your table that shows the projects. With regards to Brooklands Project 1 and the Whakakapi block coastal, in the same area, is that ECAN land in there somewhere?
Through the chair, yes, both of those projects are on ECAN land.
And are they the same project oversight group operating both those projects?
Yes, ECAN is actually overseeing both of those projects. So they are projects that we did not have funding to undertake in an area that is accessible and aligns with a number of values to the public.
Okay, no, that's clarified that, though I must admit it makes me feel quite uncomfortable knowing that it's ECAN land and that's money set aside by the ratepayer, hoping that maybe different groups that have their own land or own projects, it's all very well and good, but it needs to be a little bit more probably transparent than this, and the reasons why it makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Councillor Burns, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be fair to say that Te Rawakaka outside of Te Waihora, Lake Ellesmere, would be one of the best habitat sites for bittern, among others, marsh crake, etc., and was it originally, prior to the earthquake, a significant salt marsh area? Is that understanding right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, I'll thank you, Carl and Alex, and I'll ask you to step back from the table. And thank you, Joe. You're on the case. Joe moves this motion, and Chair Pauline seconds it. Is there any discussion? Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I strongly support our rate in the report, and the fact that we've already got 857 grand is en route already out of the building is great. I thank officers for their swift and strategic deployment of funds across Christchurch. I think, it might be good to look at the allocation in the future around councillor involvement in that panel, because I think we're probably unique in that we don't have any involvement in any of discretionary funds going out in terms of councils. When I was at City on a community board, we had funds that we discussed and we decided we cut the pie up. David and I sit on the waste committee. We cut up a 200 grand fund that goes out to waste projects across the region. So because the genesis of this rate came from us, we didn't just approve the rate through the LTP. The idea literally came from councillors. In the future, year 2 onwards, just some form of councillor involvement in that panel. And one way to do this is that when we get the year report back to us, we could include a resolution around councillor involvement in the future. I want to draw attention to the work happening at Brooklands and the Lower Waimakariri in northeast Christchurch, public land owned by the ratepayers of Christchurch, and this council should be extremely proud that we're funding biodiversity projects on public land owned by the ratepayers of Christchurch. $38,000 investment in Raupo wetland extension at Te Karakia, which isn't just about planting, it's about creating critical habitat for some of our most threatened wetland birds, as Mr. Burns points out, the nationally vulnerable matuku hurepo, the bittern. And I actually draw attention to the work of Peter Langlands and his tireless effort and advocacy in this conservation effort. Another Brooklands project with 20,000 allocated involves the transitioning of 6.6 hectares of macrocarpa to coastal forest and wetlands. And what's particularly exciting about this site, having spent quite a bit of time down there, is that it's already showing significant natural regeneration because of the earthquakes, in that we've seen the land erosion, and that's contributed to regeneration of this coastal freshwater mosaic ecological system. So by selectively removing the macrocarpa with minimal impact, we're supporting nature's own restoration processes. This targeted rate, which will raise $10 million over the next 10 years, is a legacy of this council and a legacy that we can be proud of.
Thanks, Councillor Davies. Chair Pauling.
Yeah, kia ora. I just want to thank the staff as well for getting this money out the door. I'd like to get almost $1,850,000 either in train or out the door is really impressive. So thank you. And I know that it was myself, Vicky, Nick, I think that was it, met with the staff right after the LTP and sort of kept pushing this along. It was, there's a bit of nervousness there, but you did well and you got it through and you got that out the door. So just big acknowledgement to you. And yeah, great to see those, we don't know the details of the 8 projects they got through, but that's cool. Look forward to hearing about them. And the 7 projects that have been selected internally for some support. Great to see them as well. And awesome to see that work for Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and the QE2 Trust. So yeah, just awesome. Great to see that and acknowledge Vicky especially for pushing the idea in the first place and for promoting that and advocating that. So thanks Vicky and the rest of the table for supporting that idea, and our ratepayers of course for supporting it as well, because ultimately they're paying for it. So yeah, awesome work. Really great to see this happening. Awesome, thank you. Kia ora.
Thanks, Chair Pauling. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, really pleased to see this report today. I'm really excited to see what the 8 are that have been selected. I have heard from some that are already disappointed that they haven't been selected. I think the fact that our Y fund and this fund is so oversubscribed every time shows that actually as a council we could really do so much more. And I know in this particular case we had a huge amount of support from ratepayers in Christchurch to support this rate, and I think there's a growing recognition of the value of biodiversity and the threat that it's under. And so really pleased to see this. And yeah, thanks to staff for sort of seeing it, getting it together, having that communication, working out some splits and getting the ball rolling. I'm really looking forward to seeing the foundational work, because I think that is the crux, as I think Alex spoke to, perhaps Carl as well, that foundational work and actually tracking and mapping how is this funding delivering benefits for biodiversity, and being able to do that measurably, which is what then ratepayers need to see to go, yep, this is efficient and this is worthwhile our money. And I do think I would just a note in terms of the Brooklands and our land work. We have a great opportunity on our land, and I think that's really important that we see those opportunities, and where we have unique opportunities with really special biodiversity, and we have very experienced and capable staff. But the genesis of this was also, though, very much around supporting the community will and engagement. So I'm hoping that those projects, we look for opportunities to bring our communities in and really engage them with the work that we're doing. And I think that was part of the thinking behind some of these projects that may be on our land as well, that we will look to continue to maintain those links. So kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Southworth, and I'd just like to back up what Craig and Vicky have said. It's been great to be involved in this committee, and I think it's such a huge success, and it's always good to see a high calibre of applicants coming forward. I think that's very encouraging, and let's hope it continues. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I want to commend the staff for their approach. I think this whole idea of the foundational work, as Councillor Southworth said, is fundamental to making the whole thing work in the future. And the idea that we are looking at the long-term landscape scale biodiversity outcomes within the Christchurch district. I think a lot of people will be very pleased at that. The strategic approach, where I'm looking at page 105, item 31, building on, it's a start, but a long-term vision, the cumulative events or cumulative effects and benefits over time, rather than just sort of doing ad hoc things all over the place. And then on page 106, the risk assessment and legal compliance section 35 through to 38, is telling us there what that expectation is for biodiversity, and the work streams that will come out of that, and the high degree of confidence in the biodiversity benefit that will ensue from this, direct oversight from Environment Canterbury biodiversity staff, and criteria that are directing investment, and that's all important as well as looking in the assessment process, the capacity, capability, alignment and structure within the community groups receiving the funding, and really to have that deliberate strategic approach. And I kind of think the parallels to me are for this project, if you apply those same kind of really strategic thinking as part of the outcome process of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy Review, then we're in good hands, really. The Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy will be coming out this year, so it's going to be coming out in the first year of this project, and it may well be that in terms of the foundation money, that some adjustment might be required depending on how the
Grant, I think some of this stuff is operational, and conscious of time, we've got 7 minutes and we'll have to go.
I'm just giving my...
Please, can you just keep it brief, please?
I'm just giving... Chair, when it's discussion, we're allowed a certain amount of time to discuss things, and I'm putting my views through in that time frame. Where I was at was showing the relationship between this project and the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy, which in the original strategy identified goals, targets and actions. And it may well be, what I was going to say was the foundation money that's available for this, there may need to be adjustment depending on the final versions of how the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy is delivered, and that's okay for them to do. But I commend the staff, and I'm very supportive of these resolutions.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Look, I'll be very brief. I was just going to congratulate Vicky on the success of this fund. I think this is very exciting news. But I also would like to just comment that the fact that she's been contacted with people who are disappointed not to get the fund is a reason why Joe is wrong about having councillors involved in dishing out the money.
Councillor East.
Actually, I was just going to bring a point of order. we've now had 5 speakers speaking for the motion. Standing Order 21.6, after 3 speakers have spoken in favour, we should ask for a contrary speech, and if not, put the motion. I think whilst it is nice to have express opinions, I think we are prolonging our discussion in an exorbitant fashion.
Chair. Thank you, Councillor East.
I think the words are may, not will. Thank you.
Just note that on item number 5, that should be April 2025, not March. So apologies for that. So
I'm happy with that change as the seconder.
you happy, Joe? Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, the next meeting of the Regional Delivery Committee will be held on the 12th of March 2025. I thank you all for your attendance today. I will now declare the meeting officially closed, not opened. And is Jane online to do the... Okay, I'll ask Chair Pauling to do the...
Kia ora, Nick. Nei te mihi kia koe mo tō mahi kai hautu I tēnei wā, kia koutou katoa nā mahi I tēnei kaupapa, tēnā koutou. He karakia whakakapi o tātou nei hui. Unuhia ki te uru tapu nui o tānei, kia wātea, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua I te ara takatū, koe e rai rongo, whakiiriaki ki runga kia tīna, haumi e hui e tāki. Kia ora.
Thank you for your attendance.
Yeah.